Wondering how you'll get that complex building in your head onto a page? Man, for decades, architects were just drawing lines with AutoCAD. Well, today we're going to build with information. What if every wall, window, and door you created wasn't just a 2D shape, but an intelligent object that knew its own properties? An object that updated your entire project with every single change. That's not some far-off future. That's building information modeling, or BIM. It's the language of modern architecture, and your journey to speaking it fluently starts right now with Revit. Forget everything you might think you know about complicated design softwares. This is your real starting point, trust me. In this tutorial, we're going to demystify Autodesk Revit once and for all. The first thing that we want to do when you get to the screen is you're going to see something that says open, which is open existing projects, and new. I will do is that if I wanted to change this, go to file right at the top. And when I go to file, I'm gonna slowly go down here where it says options. And when I go to options, now what you'll see something that says user interface. We go down to colors and you'll see right here, what does it say? It says user interface active theme. If you decide that you wanted to go ahead and switch this up, then you could go ahead and say, I want to use light. And then look, background wise, canvas, you see how it says canvas color. Okay, I want to go ahead and say dark. I can switch, you see how it's changing the colors. Now I can do the background. I can say I want this to be black. Now I'm gonna go back and change it, but I just want to show you how you can go ahead and mess with this for the user interface. Now I'm gonna hit okay. All right, and then I'm gonna hit okay, watch this. All right, did you see what just happened? So now what I just did is I went and changed the entire user interface based upon my preferences, okay? So everyone may have different preferences. I like dark mode, but I just want you guys to kind of see that you got different ways that you can go ahead and change this, okay? So like even for the canvas theme, did you see how I just changed that? I am in the view tab. So if I'm on architecture, I'm in the view tab and I can change the canvas of this. Just so from a user perspective, if I wanted this to be white, because, all right, so there you go. So now what I'm gonna go back and do is change mine because I like mine to be more in dark mode. And so because I like that, what I am going to do now is go ahead and say, hey, back to file, we'll go slow, go to file, and then I'm gonna go slow down here to options. And then when I go to options, now I'm gonna go back over to colors. Now I'm gonna go and change this back to dark. All right, and then my canvas, I'm gonna go ahead and set light. Once I do that, now also go to user interface. And because we're only gonna be doing the architectural tab, I don't wanna see the other trades. So I'm gonna go ahead and uncheck structure, systems, uncheck all of these that I don't need to see right now. All right, so uncheck those. The only one I want you to have is the architecture tab. And then I'm gonna go ahead and hit okay. All right, there we go. So there you go. So you saw how I just changed even just my user interface from a field perspective. I know sometimes that they don't talk about that, but I'm my actual users and I want you guys to be, especially from a beginning standpoint, off to a great start. So the very first thing from a great start is to change your user perspective. So the next thing you're gonna see is the workspace that you're in. So you're gonna see at the top, the Revit, we're gonna do a Revit review. And what you're gonna see up front is the different tabs. So what we did is we decluttered all the other stuff that we don't need. We just kept everything that is regarding architecture. And that is what is so important from a beginner standpoint. So now in the architecture tab, this is what I call the modeling tab or the build tab. And so what you can see here is the fact that here are the walls. And if you hover over it for more than a couple seconds, you'll see it has two things, descriptions. One is going to show you the definition of the wall and what it is. All right, these are called non-structural walls. All right, and you'll see it also has a shortcut command key as well. And what I'm going to show you guys how to do to go faster in Revit as a beginner is utilizing your shortcut keys. We will go over that pretty soon. Secondly, we have the doors. All right, so the doors, same thing. DR, the doors, go Windows, WN, components, that's gonna place what we call families, as you can see here. We got columns, which is CL, and we got roofs, we got ceilings, floors, so that's it. That's how we start to build our model. Okay, so next, insert. If we have any other Revit links, CAD, images, or anything, we're going to utilize the insert tab. Annotate tab. If we got any dimensions, if we want to tag, detail, anything of that nature, this is what's going to be in the annotate tab. Collaborate. If we want to create what we call work sets, which in AutoCAD what used to be called layers, for multiple people to be inside the same Revit model, we would create something called work sets. So that's what the Collaborate tab is for. Now we got the View tab. View tab is where if we have certain preferences that we like things to look like, we can set up something that we call View Template. So that way we can now take the same settings and copy it to multiple views. We have filters. Basically, in one view, we can turn certain things on or off. So say, for instance, I want to add a filter in my architectural plan where I only want to show a certain type of door, but not another door. That's what we call using a filter. Also, too, when we want to link our models in Twinmotion, when we want to look at our 3D views or create camera walks, okay, or create camera perspectives, and then also do 3D walks, this is where it is right here. Sections, okay, where we slice sections and look at the different views, as you can see right here. Very highly important. Same thing with callouts. Callouts give us an enlarged plan. So I'm hovering over each one of these tabs so you can actually see what they do with the definition, okay? Same thing for the plans. This is where we would create 2D plans for different levels that we have in the view. Same thing for elevations. So as you can see right there, if we need to create more elevations, this is the button that we do it for. Now, remind you, you got to create a model and then create all these different things as well, too. So we're going to go over that. Same thing if I wanted to duplicate views, if I wanted to create schedules or scopes. All right. All right. Super important. If I want to create sheets. All right. And then also, too, if I have multiple windows open, I can navigate the windows all at the same time. So that's super important for specific windows. So most of the time, what I'm going to teach you as a beginner is that when we model anything in Revit, we will never be in one perspective. The whole purpose of being in Revit is multiple perspectives at the same time. So what that means is that we will always be working in a 3D view, a floor plan, and a section or elevation all at the same time, because we really want to utilize what we call parametric or BIM modeling's true capabilities. Okay, so that's super important, and this is going to help us navigate that. Obviously, we went over here before about the themes. So look at that. You see how I can change the themes to have all black. And so this is super important, like I said, from a user perspective. The next thing that we're going to go is talk about the project browser. This is how we navigate everything on the project basis, okay? All right. And so in the project browser, as you can see here, we have all of our different plans, sections, elevations, coordination, electrical, and everything else like that, okay? Now, if I ever wanted to go ahead and change any of this stuff, I'll show you how to do that quickly. But first, let's go over and show you other things about the project browser. So if I want, now this is set to all, right? And if I want to go and say, now I just want to look at views. All right. Views are just different sections of the building that we're looking at that's already drawn. Or if I want to go ahead and just look at legends. All right. If I want to declutter and look at schedules only, I want to look at sheets. Now things are not gone. It's just how I'm looking at this. Same thing, families. That's all the components that make up Revit. When I want to look at if I have any groups. And lastly, if I have any Revit links that's inside of here that I want to look at any other trades, I can do that. Now, right now, we're only going to be in a singular model with architecture. But if I wanted to look at other models, that's what this would be. So now I'm going to go back to all. And then if you look at the project browser overall, you can see all the different things that are already in it. Well, you may ask me and say, hey, well, you know what? I'm a new user. I really don't know what I'm looking at. Can you break it down for me a little bit better? Yes, I can for my beginner users. So a project browser allows you to see snapshots of everything that is in your project, okay? For everything from all of it combined in one area. Now, the other thing is when we hit multidiscipline, that's why the project browser says all this. Now, for us, mostly, if we didn't want to do this, we didn't have to do multidiscipline. We could have did residential, commercial, and it would have just only been the stuff that's structured based upon the things we look at. Now, if you want to change it while you're in here in the project browser side, I can go where it says views. Okay, so just take my mouse over here, it says views, and click it, left click it. Then right click, all right, the mouse. Now you'll see a couple different options. So what if I didn't want to look at all these things open and everything? How could I close it? So now that you have this option, watch this. If I say If I said collapse all, now everything just collapsed. Okay. If I wanted to now say, hey, I want to see everything, or open, expand, or if I want to go ahead and say collapse selected, now I can, whatever I had selected now collapse. Now what I'm going to show you also is left click again, and you're going to see something that says browser organization. All right. As a beginner, I want you to know all the detailed steps and levels that you're going to need to control these different things so you have an understanding. So when you go to browsing organization, what this does is this allows you to organize your project based on your liking and what you need to see and what you don't need to see. As you saw earlier, I'm a big component of taking out everything you don't need because it's too much stuff already. And the one thing I don't want to do as a beginner is overload you with too much stuff to look at and then try to train you based upon all these things that you see. The biggest thing that we need as beginners is to take away things we don't need until it's time. All right. So what we're doing right now is a strategy called just-in-time training for only the things you actually need. So now that I just said that, we're going to now just keep hover over where it says browse, and I want you to click on that. Now, what you just saw right here is that now this is telling you based upon your browser organization how things are actually constructed. Okay. And so before you even get started drawing, I know you're like, man, just get to the good stuff. Well, I wouldn't be doing my job of being a good trainer or just a decent trainer if I didn't tell you the why and what you were doing. And that is the biggest thing that we want to do, is make sure that you understand the why. And so with that being said, as you can see right here, this is giving you an option of how the project browser is organized and created. So what you see here, you see on all, you see by discipline, not on sheets, right? Basically meaning if something's not on the sheet, it won't show. By phase, type, and discipline. Okay, that's just for the views. The same thing for the sheets. See how that says all, or I can do it by drawn by, issue date, sheet prefix, schedules, okay, by type, panel schedules. And now if I wanted to create my own, all right, you see what this is, two things. First, I'm going to just go where it says discipline, and I'm going to go ahead and say edit. So now in the edit categories, I want you to see how this thing is now done. I'm going to do it slower again, okay? I'm going to just go right here, and I'm going to go over here to where it says edit. And then if I click on edit, you'll see, okay, filtering, basically showing what I want to show, and grouping and sorting, okay? Now on the filtering side, if I go ahead and set none, now what I can do is filter it and make this a customized thing based upon what I want to see. So if I only want to see this, let's just say for architecture, right? And I said discipline, and I say architecture. Remember, we were just talking about that before. I don't want to see any of the other trades. So remember, we're only going to show what we will need to see and what we don't need to see. And now if I go to grouping and sorting, now I can just, right now it says, okay, it's going to be grouped by discipline and then family and type. Okay, I can, if I want to filter it even more, I can say, you know what, I want this to be by phase, or I want this to be by a certain detail level, or whatever. Right now, I'm just going to keep it at family and type, filtering, right? And then I'm going to go ahead and hit OK, and watch this. So now what I want you to do, now that we have that says discipline, I want you to just go ahead and rename. And I want you to go ahead, and I'm going to do it slower so you guys can see it. I want you to go right here, and I want you to go over here where it says rename. And I want you to go ahead, and I want you to type architecture. Right? Only the things that we want to see. Now watch. After we hit OK, and now what you're going to see is this changes here. Okay? So watch. This is going to change. We're going to go ahead and hit OK. And watch, you're going to see the only thing that you see now is only the stuff that's got something to do with architecture. All right. You don't see any other trades in there anymore. You just see only the things that's regarding us. Remember what I said before. I can do the same thing also for the sheets. So if I come down here and I say, hey, on the sheets, architect sheets all right, do the same thing. I want you to highlight it and right click. And now it's going to give me a couple different options. Now I have the option to go ahead and say if I want a new sheet, which we're not going to do right now. I can do something called a new sheet collection, which we're not going to do right now, which is basically just grouping sheets. Now I want you to do the same exact thing. I want to go, it says browser organization. So I'm going to go slow again so you guys see it. I'm going to go to sheets, and then I'm going to go ahead, right click, and then I'm going to go browser organization, right? So once I do that, I want you now to see I got the same option like we just did for the views. Okay, you may ask me what's the difference. Well, it may sound self-explanatory, but I'm gonna tell you again for the first time that we got two different parts of the project browser. We have the views and then we have the sheets. Now there are two separate things. Okay, so views first starting out is just by itself. Okay, and then we have sheets, which is blank. And all we do is we will drag and drop a view onto a sheet, and that's how we create a sheet in Revit. Okay, and so what I mean by that is for instance, watch this. Let me go through the process so you know how project browsers work. So now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna go slow, and I can do this two ways, guys, just so you know. I can create a new sheet over here in my browser up here, or I can do it right here and then just hit right click. So either way, I can do either one of those. Okay, so now I can just say, hey, I want a new sheet. Now it's gonna now give me the option to say, okay, what size sheet do you want? Okay, it gives me all the different sizes. For right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and say E1 and hit okay. Now, when you see this, look, it's a blank sheet. Remember, we just talked about that before. There's nothing on here, and I'm showing the difference in the project browser, the difference between views and sheets. Okay, sheets are empty until you put information onto it. Okay, so right now when you get a sheet, you're gonna see information just kind of empty. All right, so now I'm gonna click on the sheet so we can talk about something else, which is called the properties. The properties is your lifeblood outside well, in collaboration with your project browser. Your properties is all the information that lives, and it creates the I in BIM, building information modeling. So the properties is the information. So just like now, I just clicked on this sheet. Look at all the information that it has associated with it, or it doesn't. So right now it's just saying I got this all here. Now I can put information on the sheet. So like for instance, if I zoom in, all right, you'll see this information. We talked about how this thing will change at the same time. So look, right now I can go ahead and click B1, right? In all caps. Now B1, you'll see things change on here as soon as I make those changes. So right now, look, B1 changed, and I can make the information here too. So now look, if I click on that, I can just put a random date. Okay. As you can see, all this information will start to fall in place. Same thing. If it is the author, just put anything. And all that information is being updated in the properties. But now if I just click out in space, now it's just giving me the properties of the view. Okay. All right. So right now you may say, man, I just made a sheet and ain't nothing on it. No. So what happens is when we create a model and it creates a view, the next thing it'll do for us is now it will go ahead and create anything else that we need in here. So right now I got my stuff in architectural. See how it has everything that I need? And so now I can just say, all right, I'm gonna just go ahead and do it slow. Come over here, L1. Now what I want you to do is I want you to left click and hold, and I want you to drag and drop it and release it once you get over the sheet. All right, now what it's saying is it's already a part of a view already, right? So that didn't work. So I'm gonna just take something that's not on the sheet already. I'm gonna say, hey, you know what, this legend. I'm gonna click on that, and I'm gonna drag and drop that over here. So what it's gonna do is now it's gonna hover over, and it's gonna give me a blue box and say this is gonna let me know where it is on the sheet. So I'm gonna just go ahead and left click in the top right corner, top left corner, and there you go. Now that information is on the sheet. So that all we did now to understand the power of what you're looking at on the project browser is you'll have views and you'll have sheets. All right. And then we also discussed what we call the properties. All right. So now if I click on this, look, here's the properties of the thing I just touched on. Okay. It's saying, hey, this is going to be this type of plan. If I want to change this right now, that title, I can go ahead and I can say title only. All right. Or something like that. And I can click on it again and it gives me the properties of the view itself. Okay, so one thing that we just went over that's huge is we went over the user interface. We went over the theme. Okay, We went over the project browser and what the project browser is about. We went over the template files for Imperial and Metric and International. And then we went over the properties, okay? So all these things are so important when we first get started on our journey using Revit, especially as beginners, because when I get done with you guys, you will be a beginner, but you'll be operating with like 10 to 15 years of experience because I'm taking and pouring all that into you so that you guys have what you need to start off Revit like a pro, even though you're a beginner. All right, so this is perfect for this entire situation here. So now that we got, now when we're talking about views and levels and how to make sure that we are in proper understanding what views and levels are, so let me take it back to for you guys to understand. Now, when you start a basic project in Revit, you're going to be blessed with or loaded with some sections, default, and elevations. As you can see in the project browser, it's going to give you east, north, south, and west. So what I'm going to do right now is come over to the project browser, and I'm going to now go ahead and do a east and just double click it. All right. So by default, Revit is going to give you a section, and it's going to give you default elevations. As you can see right here, look, it's giving you level 1, level 2, and you'll see, hey, it's giving me a default for the different levels. Now, if we want to add any other levels, as you can see right here, you will see now where it says grids or GR, okay? And so now if I want to set another level, I can go ahead and click on that. And typically you want to do this before you start modeling so you can understand exactly how high the building is from an elevation perspective. So when you start to do the floor plans, these are going to now represent the floor plans when we get done. So in this case, right now I have the levels, okay? And I'm going to now go ahead and just click on here. All right. And now it's going to give me this. Look, so right now it's giving me, it's giving me a grid bubble. But what I want to do, let me escape out of that. I'm sorry, I pushed the wrong one. I pushed grids. I want to do the levels. All right. So you see this? What it's doing? It is tracking now. It is saying, hey, here's my offset. As you can see right now, it says also right at the top, 8 plan view. So I'm going to have to go and put that check. So that means that when this gets done, it's going to create a plan view. So right now, I'm going to do another 10 feet from right here. And I'm going to click it to go the opposite direction. So don't worry, even though I'm going this way. All right. So now, as you can see here, I'm hit escape. And when you click on escape, it says 10 feet. Okay, cool. And you see this button right here, it says 3D. So I'm going to go ahead and make sure this is checked. As you can see, it's now over here. I'm going to click over here because I always want it to be in the same direction that my other grids are. And then it's going to give me a grip bubble right here. And then I'm just going to move this to align. And once I get it close to aligning like I want it, then now I have a different level. So now you see, look, L3, L2, and L1. Now, when I want to look at the floor plan of this, all right, I can now look at the floor plan of the things that I'm getting ready to do. So remember before we said we wanted a floor plan, right? We wanted an elevation and we wanted a 3D view. So now what I'm going to do is go all the way up here, click on this where it says default house at the top, and I'm going to go ahead and click this. So now what you see is I have 3 different views. Okay, as you can see here, I'm gonna click on that to make sure that this is clicked. So now I have the levels that you can see them in my 3D view, and I can click on these planes as well here. See, look, and that's a beauty to now be able to look at levels in 3D to see my information. So now we've got all 3 levels in here. Now what I want you guys to do and understand with this one is now I got 3D views. What I want you to do is I need you to go to the view tab up here at the top. And when you get to the view tab, I want you to go over here to where it says tile views. Okay. And tile views on window tiles. I'm going to go here and click right there. Now what you're going to see here. All right. Now I'm going to go ahead and close this out because I don't need this right now. So what I'm going to do is just go ahead and close this out. I'll open this a little bit later. But I wanted you to have these 3 views open. So now I got these buildings open, all these different levels, right? So it's saying I got level 3. Now what I want you to see is look what it did over here. Do you see how it made me a new level, correct? You see that? It says new level over here. All right. That's what that shows. Now I want you to click on that, and I want you to go ahead and say, hey, right click, and allows us to give the information to say, come all the way down here where it says rename. And I'm going to just click in here, put a space. And now I'm going to go ahead L3 dash and make sure I spell this correctly. Hit enter. Yes, I want these things to be in the corresponding levels, which they already did. And so you just know now that I have those 3 levels, and that's what it did. It brought in another level. So what I'm going to do right now is, now that I have that level, I want you to go ahead and go back to activate your level 1. And we are now going to go over to the architecture tab again. Sorry if I'm going fast, I'm going to do it just like this. And then as I go to the architecture tab, what we're going to do is we're going to draw walls, architectural, and then we're going to use the square this time right here, rectangle. And we don't have to be precise, but what I want to do now is I want to go over here to where it says unconnected height. Okay, right over here. And then watch this. Ooh, look at that. I want it to say now level 3, as you can see. Now what I'm going to do is just now click in the space, go to the right. Okay, I'm going to just go ahead and I am going to do a 30 by 30. All right, hit close so I can make sure that that's correct. All right. As I get closer, you can see I can go ahead and give my stuff right there, 30 by 30. All right, boom. Now what I want you to see is hit escape twice, and you can see now if I go to my elevation view, look what that elevation did. I told it, hey, this is where I want it to go, and now I have all these different levels now associated with everything I want. Okay, it's super important to understand the power of having these elevations, making sure that we are good to go as far as making sure under the building. So now, well, you may ask me, well, what happens if I copy it? Because I know that's what you're asking, what you're thinking. So if I click on this, you see it highlighted here, and I go up here to copy, and I click on it, and now I say, hey, I want this to be the parapet at 4 feet. So I'm gonna go first do this, go 4 feet, just hold up and type 4. All right, now I want you to see something. I want you to see that now I copied this one, but why is this one right here? I'm gonna go ahead and type in the name, and I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna put parapet. Now, why is this one black and these other ones blue? Well, what that means is this is active, right? Because that's why you don't see it here on my project browser. It's not activated yet, but these other ones are activated. So before you get started modeling, you want to make sure that you got all your levels definitely updated and ready to go. And so as you see here, we have it, and I'm glad we showed it. Now, when I click on it, as you can see here, here's information, right? It says building story. It's saying, hey, this is all this information I have here, but it is not, it says building story. It's not activated. So how do we get this to be activated? So what I want you to do now is I want you to go over to click on this. All right. Make sure this is all good. It's telling you that this is at the level that's supposed to be 26 feet. I want you to now go all the way up here to the top and say view. Now, once you get to view, the way we create floor plans, even though we have the elevations, we create floor plans based upon what we already have from an elevation perspective. So now I'm going to go over to plan views. Now I'm going to go to floor plan. All right. Now what you see here, what's still here? You still see a now parapet. All right. So that means that now that I drew this plan with this elevation, right, I need to now go ahead and create a new floor plan based upon this. So that's how I did it. All right. So now that I've done that, I want to hit OK. All right. So now I have parapet here, but I want you now to go back over to the project browser. What does that mean? Now look at that. That is perfect. You see now that that's now active. That's over here. And so now you just create a floor plan based off of the elevation height. Welcome to Revit. Welcome to the dynamics of parametric. Okay. And so now if I come back over here and click back on to, you see here, I'm going to go ahead and click on the arc east. And now look at that. Now it is blue. Now it is active. Okay. Now you only got one other thing that you might notice on my project browser. Why is the project browser, even though you have some that says blue and there's some that has empty, what you see here is also an indication that this is not necessarily on a sheet. The moment that I put this on a sheet, the indicator of the blue represents that. So now that this is active, if you ever see an elevation in black, that means that it's not activated, even though I copied it. So I have to go and make sure I do that step. So to avoid that, just go to an elevation and go ahead architecturally and do another elevation versus copying it. Those are the pros and cons based upon what I just showed you. Okay. And so after that, I want to show you, watch this. When I go ahead and make this change, and I'm going to say, hey, I want a new sheet right here. So slow. And right click the sheet, and it'll say new sheet. And I'm just going real slow here. We're just going through this practice. And I'm going to hit OK. Now, when I hit OK, what I want you now to see is I want you to see, okay, cool. Now I'm going to take this parapet plan, and I'm going to left click and drag. All right, pull it to a sheet. Now, once I pull it to a sheet and then I click in the center, even though there's nothing there, which is perfectly fine, I wanted you to see now, look at the activity. Now, that is a great indication for Revit to let you know whether it's active or not on the sheet. If it's just an open space, it's not active. If it is open space, if it's filled, that means that it's actually active on a sheet. So we just want you to understand the concepts of doing these levels, all right? And also doing these floor plans. And then we talked about grids. So also, when you're talking about this type of information, I'm going to go down here to level 1 that was already on the sheet. And now I'm going to open this up right here. Follow that mouse right here. And then I'm going to go here, right? And I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to open this. All right. Open that. And we're going to open this sheet. Sorry. So now I'm on this sheet. Now you see this. Now, typically we want to do our grids before we do anything else from a floor plan perspective, before we draw anything out. And typically we want to know how big the size of the thing that we're gonna do. And in this case, if we know what size we're gonna do, what I like to do a lot of times is I like to put things on sheets and then activate the sheet so I know how much space I have on the sheet. So now that it's on the sheet, I'm gonna right click and then it's gonna say activate. So now that I'm activated in the view, I'm gonna go back over to architecture. You see where it says grid or GR. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to say, hey, I'm going to go ahead and click the end snap of this one. And I'm going to go ahead and say 1. Then I'm going to go to the other side over here. And now I'm going to say 2. All right. Now I can only hit escape once. And I'm going to go over to this side. Then I'm going to go ahead and come out like that. And I'm going to do another one that's going to do like this. All right. Where I just click. And then I click on the endpoint. And then once I'm done, typically I'll go ahead and click on it. And then I'll just move it a little bit past. And you see how these are going together. And I can click on this one and do the same thing. As you can see, they're going together, right? So that's your gridding system. And typically when you do your gridding system, you want to do your numbers on the left side and it won't let you do a duplicate number. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to just go ahead first over here and A. All right. Click in here again. B. And then here 1, 2. All right. So now what you see I have my gridding system. And so it just allows you to help you when you're starting to lay things out, depending on what walls you have, to have a gridding system that's laid out based on the building. And then we just also talked about this. Now, look, now the last thing I want to do is I want to click on this right here in this view. And I got this section that's defaulted in here. I want you to now hold on this left click, move this up. OK. And then as I click on it, look, you'll see that it has a marker. That means that's the field of view or field of depth. We want to now click on that and we want to pull this in, all right, to the other side, I'll say the other side of the wall. And then what I want you to do is I want you now to right click your mouse. And then I want you to go ahead and what it says right here, go to view. And now look, now as you can see in the view itself, you can see all the different elevations, the information of that section inside the room. And you can see the levels and you can see the grids. You see how all this is tied together from sections, levels, grids, elevations. They're all relationship based. And this is what you're going to do in the beginning of the project before you really start to model anything, is to go through all the relationships. And as you see all the different views all together, relationship based, so you can see fully how this thing operates. These are the things that are essential to Revit beginners for you guys to really, really navigate well with the fundamentals. Thank you. One of the things that we want to talk about is the modify tabs. If you watch the previous videos, if you touch any thing, you will see that it has a modify tab associated with it. And we're going to kind of dive in a little bit more into the modify tab to kind of really discuss what the modify tab is, whether you're touching an actual material, because Revit is an action-based program or not. So if you're touching the floor and you hit the modify tab, there's a lot of different things that you can do with the modify tab. So for instance, for the modify tab, most commonly used things in the modify tab aspect of it, just so you guys know what it consists of. The modify tab consists of alignment, which is basically AL, all right, because we're going to use shortcut keys on there to make sure that make sure you guys fast so you won't become a beginner and move forward. The move tool, all right, MV, copy, offset, mirror with drawing and access, copy, rotate, trim, extend, split elements, split with a gap, array, trim, extend, single element, trim, extend, multiple elements, delete, and pin. Those are most of your actual. So we're going to go and just cover a couple of these so we can really go through the modified tab. So as we move forward, you really know how to utilize a lot of these tools. So the first one we're going to do after you have the floor selected, what we're going to do is we're going to hop over to where it says copy. And we are now going to go ahead and either type CO or click the icon. No enter. And what you're going to see now, once you get into that command, you'll see a couple different things. You'll see now the highlights from a modify tab. And every time it's active, you will always see this thing at the top that says modify green. All right. So whatever command you're in, it's going to highlight that you're in that command. All right, you'll see something that says constrain, which basically means that you can move left to right or whatever type of host. So that way, when you move it, it's staying to some type of alignment. Or you can do like this where it says multiple, where you can place multiple instances of certain things. Okay, so in this case, it's also looking for a pick point. All right, see how I got a pick point here? And if I wanted to go ahead and then copy it all the way to this pick point, I can do that, right? And that'll be one single instance of a copy. But as you see here, this is highlighted multiple, right? So now if I do it once, just go ahead and click left click there. Now you see that. You see I was picking the same endpoint. But look, you see how this time it just let me do one. So if I was to copy this and just hit undo with Control Z. And now if I'm going to go ahead and click on the floor again, and if you're ever trying to select something that won't let you select it, hover over it, and you're trying to select the floor that's underneath it, hover over it and then hit the tab key. All right, and you'll see it highlight, and you'll circle through what you need, and then you go ahead and select it that way, okay? Because sometimes it's pretty hard to do. So now we're going to go ahead and type CO again. All right, this time we're going to make sure that multiple is already highlighted, okay? And we are going to make sure that that is activated. So now we're going to go ahead and click snap, another snap. And as you can see right here, I'm still in the command. So that is the whole purpose of using copy, because now it allows you to go ahead and move anything. You see how it's giving you a radial, and wherever you finish from, it'll just keep tracking you, give you 90 degrees, tracking everything that you're doing. So it's a really, really powerful tool. And I wanted to kind of go through these different aspects so you guys understand how powerful these tools are. The next tool that we're going to go and highlight is the move button. Remember, Revit is an action-based software. So now I click on this, and now I go ahead and hover over to where it says move or MV. Now I can go ahead, and it's a couple different types of moves. I can do a constrained move, just means that it keeps you still constrained like we talked about before, or it can be disjointed, and meaning I can move it freely, not being connected to anything. So if I go ahead and come up here and I say disjoin, well now look, I can go to this pick point and I can move it anywhere I want. All right, so now I'm just gonna go ahead and click here. Now look at that. So now I can go ahead and move it freely because I had it disjointed when I moved it, okay? And the cool thing about when you move something, I'm gonna click on here and hit move again. All right, if I go right here, and if I go ahead and click it again, now watch this. If any direction that I'm in, whether it's 45 degrees, up, down, left, right, if I move, all I gotta do is type in the number that I want. So right now, if I wanna go ahead and say I want this to move about 20 feet, or 25 feet. All I have to do is just move in that direction, type 25, and then click. And as you can see here, it tracks and it'll go straight for that. Now, if I wanted to move in inches, then all I would have to do is go ahead and hit MV again while I still highlight it. And then now all I have to do is just hit a 0, space. And now I want to go ahead and say 25 inches and then click. Well, guess what? It understands the difference between feet when I move and the inches when I move. So it's so important to understand that all I have to do is just give it a space, put a 0 in front of that, that becomes inches. If I don't, then it's going to assume that it's feet. And so any direction that I move in, just understand that's so powerful to understand, because when you're doing this, you want to be exact to where you're moving. And when you move it precisely, just know that you can type in the dimensions as you're going in any direction. So the next one that I wanted to highlight is we will go and rotate. So now while it's still highlighted, I'm gonna go hit the rotate command. All right. Now the rotate command is a little bit tricky, and I'm gonna tell you why it's a little bit tricky. In the rotate command, you'll see right here in this modify tab, it's still highlighted green, is you have the disjoint again, like we have the copy rotate, you have a place rotate, and you have a center rotate. And what this means is that when you have a place, you can see, okay, hey, you know what? It's allowing me to select this center point that I have right here. And now if I click on it, all right, now it'll give me a starting point, whether it's 45 degrees, whether it's 90, and I can also type the direction that I want this to go in. So if I want to and say, hey, I want this to be from here, but I want to go ahead and rotate, just click. All right, and I just click my starting point, and now I just say, hey, I want to do 45 degrees. All right, See how all of a sudden I can just type the degrees and it'll actually go to that direction? All I have to do is make sure is tell it where I want my starting point to be, and then just type in the degree of which area I'm going towards. Okay, so it's kind of intuitive for you to understand that. Just make sure you move in the direction, create your starting point, and then now you go ahead and click. And now look, now I've got my rotation command, but then there's another command. Now I'm going to go ahead and type RO. That's the rotate command. So, because remember, the faster you are, the more you don't need the ribbons up here because you have the shortcut keys. And remember, I'll have in the description the shortcut keys list that you can import into your Revit so you can follow along and do exactly the same thing and have it set up. Because to me, it'll be so much more efficient if you have a shortcut key command and understand how powerful these keys are, so you're not looking for everything. So the next one you'll have is a center. Now what I can do is I can create different avenues of where I want this to be. For better yet, guess what? I'm gonna do this again so you guys can see it. Center. Now I can create the center somewhere else as I want to. So if I want to go ahead now and move the center over here, and then I click, okay. Now what I can do is, say for instance, I want to go from 90 degrees here, and I want to go ahead and click. Well, now I click that, and as I'm rotating this time, you see how it's giving me access rotating around that atmosphere. So not only did I use the center before with the other one that was being the center, true center as I like to call it, now I'm using another center, and I can say, you know what, I want this to rotate around this 25 degrees. And as long as, and I can type that, see? So it's tracking that information. And as you can see here, it tracked around the center of another center point. That's pretty dope. So that is the real power of being able to rotate. And sometimes if you want to, if I now go ahead and hit RO again, still in the command, if I go say copy, so now when I rotate, go ahead and click a starting point. Now what it is going to do is it's going to keep my original, and then I'm going to say 45, right? And then click. Well, guess what? It kept my original, and then it made a copy of the other one as well too. So there's a lot of different ways that you can utilize the rotate command if you need to. So that's the next one that we want to go over. Now I'm gonna go ahead and hit Control Z just to back up just a little bit. And then now the next one I'm gonna go ahead and use, I'm always touching something first to go ahead and making sure it's an action. The next one that I'm gonna do is the mirror command, so you guys understand how the mirror command works. So you got two of them. You got MM and you got DM, which is the mirror one. So the first one I'm gonna do is go ahead and utilize the mirror pick access. So when I click that, all right, now it'll highlight and say, okay, you know what? I want to pick this axis and I want to mirror it to the other side. And when I'm doing that, I got this button says check copy. So now it's going to keep my original copy, and then it's going to mirror it to the other side. So now I'm going to go ahead and click that. There you go. See how I got that? So now I just mirrored it to the other side. Now I'm going to hit Control Z. That's the back button. And then this time I'm going to click it again. And I'm going to go right up here. And this time I'm going to say mirror access. But this time I'm not going to hit copy. I'm going to hit check that. Now I'm going to come down here, pick my access again. And as you can see, now it mirrored to the other side without making a copy. So that's really, really important to understand how that command works. Now I'm going to hit Control Z again, go back. Now I'm going to hit this again, and now we're going to do the other mirror command, which is going to be the draw axis. Now the draw axis is pretty cool because it allows you to pick different axes around what you want to mirror. So for instance, I'm going to do this one. I'm going to go ahead and click on this top right here, and I'm going to do a 45 degree. And at this point, it's not copied, so I'm going to go ahead and do this and watch what it does. So because of it not being, it just did a 45 degree mirror, and it gave me a slight axis because that's what I wanted at the time. All right, so now I'm going to go ahead back. Now I'm going to click this again. Now I'm going to do one more with the draw axis. And this time, I'm going to pick right here. And as you can see, look at my 90 degrees, and watch this. So I just go straight down, and that's what it did. It picked the axis and went to the other side of it. Now I could have hit copy, so I could have both of them at the same time. And so it's just important to understand how powerful these tools are when you're utilizing this stuff, because it's super, super important to really, really utilize. Now the next one we're going to go over, which is one of my personal favorites, which is array. So array, which is AR, you just click on that, okay? And now you got a bunch of different things. So you can do a radial array, you can do a linear array, and you can do a group and associate array. Now the key thing about array is always do me this favor, solid, okay? Don't ever, by default, I don't know why I do it, uncheck group and associate. because that'll make sure that everything's locked together. You're not trying to do that. You want freedom after this array is done. So you want to make sure that this is unchecked. And then what you're going to see here is it's going to say, give you a number. And that number is going to say, well, maybe, okay, how many do I want to erase? So in this case, I'm going to say, give me 10. And whatever that, we say how it says move to second, whatever that distance is when you move to second is going to be your distance, okay? I always keep it here. I don't use the last one. And then last but not least, you have the constraint. I don't use the constraint as much to make sure these things are connected. I just wanted to do my function and that's it. So in this case, right, I'm going to go ahead and say that this space, my endpoint here, right, and when I make this my second point, is going to be my array. So now that I got that all set up, I'm going to click on here. I'm going to go right over here. And guess what? Now, as you see here, I got my array. All right, so that's kind of how the array works. Pretty sweet, pretty dope. Now, I'm going to go ahead and hit back, Control Z. And now I'm going to go ahead and click on this again. And then I'm going to go back to the array AR, okay, if you're going to type that. And then the next one I'm going to go over is the radio. All right, so the radio is pretty cool. You still can look, you see, as you can see here, I can use other stuff to array to move around in a circle. So in this case, I'm going to take this array. I'll put my placement here. And then I'm going to change this over here. I'm going to say I'm going to say 5 this time. And whatever my distance is from this array, that's going to be what I'm going to use. So in this case, I'm going to go use 90. And then I'm going to click. And then I'm just going to go say 15 degrees left. Okay. Or I can go ahead and type that in, as you can see right here. All right. And look. Now, it doesn't have to be perfect, but just wanted to show you how it rotated around that axis, okay, 15 degrees. And that's what that looks like when you place a different placement all the way around using the array radio command, all right? And like I said, after you get done, Control Z, back. By the time we get done with this training, you guys will know all the shortcut keys, and I would have turned you into a Revit Jedi. Just so you know, I'm trying to wax on, wax off, make sure you guys have all that different information, okay? All right, so now that we have done with that one, we just got a couple more that we're going to go over, and you will now be functioning pretty sweet. My favorite one, Align. I use this all the time, so we're going to use this one, okay? That's going to be AL. And so now I got that, I got AL. And what this one is that I use this to align things all the time. Now, it's 2 different ways you can align. I can multiple alignment. Most of the time, sometimes I use align and lock command. That's what this is right here. And then it's going to say, hey, how am I trying to align? How am I trying to align? Is it going to be entire surface? Is it going to be a selected face? That's really, really important. And that depends also on the view that you're in. Because if I'm in a 3D view, then it may just be the face or the entire surface. It just depends on the view that I'm in when I'm doing this. And also too, it says here's what is your preference when you're aligning. Are you doing wall faces? Are you doing faces of core? So these things all matter when you're aligning, but we're not going to make that too complicated in this area. Okay, we're going to go through 2 things. We're going to go to align and lock and multiple alignment. So in this case, and when you want to get out of a command, always just hit escape twice. So now I'm going to activate a command again, AL, all right? And so now I'm going to use this center line here, all right? And then as you can see right here, look, it'll allow me to highlight this line. So now I'm going to go ahead and click on that. And after I've aligned it, look what it does. It gives me a command that says lock. And then we call this the align and lock command. Basically what it does is if you want it to be constrained to something, especially when we go through other videos about families and stuff and how to create those, this is a really, really powerful tool to be able to make sure that your controls and parameters are right. So in this case, I could do this, right? So that means that if I had that moved, okay, and now you see this, if I move this, look, and that moves with me because I use the align and lock command with this, okay? And so use it sparingly, but just also remember that when you highlight it, it's going to now show you that's locked. So now that I do this, and now I'm going to use my move command, MV, and I just move it over. There you go. Now it's not aligned anymore, right? But also, watch this. If I want to align to something that's at a degree, I'm just going to go ahead and say, okay, cool. I am now going to hit AL or hit the line over here. Just go right here. Click on that. And maybe I wanted to align this way. So now I can go ahead and say, you know what? Align this to that. And see, look. So what it does now is align to the axis. And now I can lock that. All right. So now if I move this because it's locked, now those 2 things are moving. All right. Even though it's distance, it still understands that I aligned it and I locked it. And if you ever want to see what to do to get out of it, just go ahead and hit this button right there. You're good to go. And that really, really takes care of that all together well. All right. So then now the other thing is we got this thing called trim and extend corner. Okay. A lot of times I use this in the sketch command. And so I'm going to go ahead and click on this. and I'm gonna hit edit boundary, right? So that way I'm gonna go in here just so I can enact this. And what I'm gonna do here is use a couple different commands in here. So now I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna just go and show you how to do it a little bit slower. Yes, I'm getting out this command. So if I wanna get into this command, hit it, and then go up here to edit boundaries. So now that I'm in a sketch mode, I'm gonna zoom in, click on the line, and just move it ever so slightly. All right. And then I'm gonna click on this line, move it ever so slightly. Okay. So now I'm gonna go ahead and say trim extend corner. I'm gonna click on that. All right. And I'm gonna highlight this line. And look what it does. It's now going to highlight where it's intended to go based upon what the intersection point is. See? So much powerful to understand. I use that tool a lot, but I want to do that in a sketch command or something else so you guys can kind of see and utilize that. I use it all the time. It's a really great command to use. The other one I want to do is show you that I use a lot is called the split command. And I'm going to activate my 3D view, come down here. And then the split command, which is going to be SL, or it's going to be right here. So I'm going to go slow. It's going to be right here. And SL is a great command when you already create geometry and you want to create a certain type of split in geometry, as you can see here in this graphic. So you can kind of see that. You know, you can use it in multiple ways with a toposolid, where there's walls. And so in this case, I will go ahead and type SL, or I can just click on the object, type SL, and now you'll get this command, right? And now when I highlight it, and I just say, hey, well, you know, I want to split this wall here, all right? Now, if you zoom in close, it'll kind of give you a tracking dimension, but you don't have to be precise, because I'll show you why. So when I click on it, first thing you'll see now is it now gives me a dimension based upon the split. All right, so hit escape twice. And now when I click on this, it has its own entity, as you can see right here, right? Pretty cool. So now that I have those different splits and the different commands, now if I want to activate my top view again, okay, now see how it's giving me two separate commands and splits, right? So now if I want to go ahead and I want to take this split and move it down, okay, you see that? Now I'm able to split these apart, okay? And as you see, we talked about using Revit, I'm allowed to go ahead and utilize those aspects of everything else. The last two that we're going to cover in the modify command is going to be the pen tool and the delete tool. And so if I click on this right here, right? Now you'll see right here is a pen tool, and the pen tool just means that now once that's there, nobody can move it. I utilize this a lot when it comes to link models and things that I don't want to mistake to move, because sometimes I might highlight stuff. So this is a great tool to use, and as long as this is now pinned, no one can move it. Okay, I wouldn't recommend this if you're doing free sketch modeling, but when you bring in other models from other trades, this is a tool that you're going to use all the time in your process. Last but not least, which don't do most of the time if you want to, is going to be our delete command, which is a DE. Now, if you go ahead and do that and you type DE, there you go. All right. So you can easily delete it, but there is an undo button. I call it the magic wand. Control Z. All right. And there you go. It comes right on back. So don't worry. It's understandable. But these are all a part of the modify tab that I wanted to kind of go over. Now, here's a quick caveat. If this is pinned and you try to delete it, look, you see the error message. That's why it's so important for you to go ahead and recognize the power of understanding how the pinning works. Okay, really powerful. You cannot delete something if it's pinned. It's going to give you an error message. But if I uncheck it and then I'll go ahead and hit the delete button, okay, or DE, then now I can delete it. So hopefully this modify tab and going through this route, making sure that you guys understand all the possibilities of Revit and how to use the tools properly is really my main goal. Okay. Thank you for watching. This one, we're going to really dive into elevation sections and callouts. All right. So what you should have open right now is the architectural blank space. And what I mean by that is that when you go into Revit 2026, we'll hit new and we'll hit new project. And then we'll hit OK. And what we're going to do right now is really dive into the elevation section and callouts. All right. And you may ask me, well, what is that? And I'm here to tell you as a beginner. So the definition of Revit is to Revit revise instantly. And one of the things that we want to revise instantly is the building that we're going to draw. Okay. And you can do that by all the different perspectives that Revit gives you along the way while you're designing or building. Okay. And so what that means is when you first start a project, you'll see right here, it already has established what? Elevations. And those elevations, it says building elevations, okay? And the way in the building elevations is a couple different scenarios. And then it also starts you off with what we call a section. Okay. And that's another way that we can look at a building from a perspective view. And then also we'll get ready to do in a call out. So all these different things where you want to find these will be in, let me go slow to the view tab. All right. And what you'll see in the create tab is you'll see 3D view, and it says default 3D view, camera, walkthrough. And we'll go through that as well too. Not in this video. Section and call out and elevation. Okay, so here's all the creations of what they do. And if you hold over it, like I said before in the previous videos, that they will give you definitions of what they are. And so this create tab, where there's create a floor plan, reflective ceiling plan, plan region, area plan, call out. All right, you can do a call out from a rectangle, or you can do a sketch. Okay, and then you can do create a section view. All right, where you can look at the building, cut it in half. Let's see what else here. You got your elevations. You got your elevation here, creates an elevation. All right, shows that. And then also can do a framing elevation as well to show a bracing of a building. Also, if we want to do a drafting view, okay, for details, okay, duplicate different views. All right, and this is also where we would create legends, schedules, material lists, sheet lists, note blocks, view lists, a scope box, which is really, really important as well too. It shows basically what you want to show from a different area in the building, and your sheets, revisions, match lines, view references, the whole 9 works. All of this, but like I said before, we're going to stay over here where it says the create tab, okay? Now, in order for us to really, really utilize all this stuff, I need you to do me a favor. And so I will say that we need to create something so you can see a perspective. So let's go over here to where it says architecture. We will now go ahead and click on wall or WAL. All right. And then we will go ahead and keep it generic. And we will just go ahead and click square. And then we will now just go ahead and click anywhere. All right. Don't worry about the size. And then just click on this side too. Well, hit escape twice. Now we have we got walls, right? Now we can create some perspective. Now, like I said before, from a beginner standpoint, we always want to make sure that you always have 3 views available. That way you understand exactly what you're looking at. All right. So right now, this is the first view. Floor plan. Okay, so you can see all the different areas of the view. Then you're going to do me a favor, and I want you to double click on what this right here says. And what you'll end up getting, what is that, highlights blue, double click on that. Guess what? It gives you your north elevation. Okay, all right, look, you see it right here. It shows your elevations. Okay, all right, and then I want you now to do me a favor, and I want you to go to the view tab, and I want you to go ahead and hit the default 3D house. Okay, so now we should have 3 tabs available. Now do me a favor, I want you now also to scroll over to the right, or WT. I want you to hit window tile, and now you should have 3 views that you have. Okay, so I can just click on any one of these and center them. All right, so I got 3 different perspectives, because that's Revit. That's how you model. No matter what you do, you want to always understand what you're doing, how you're doing it, and what the perspective that you're doing it in. Okay, super important. So now that we have the views to show the elevations, right? And then now we got a section. Well, we're going to actually draw a section so you guys can see it. We're not going to go over here to where it says section. I'm going to click on that. Now, the cool thing about sections, if you had any other views that were created, right, you could check this box right here, and there will be another section. Like, see this one right here? And if that section is there, you can actually duplicate that and put that on the sheet, okay? And say, okay, this is section, but we're not going to do it. This is going to be new. Also, if you go over to the right and you click on section, you see the different type of sections. So in this one, instead of us just doing you have a detail, right? You have a building section, a wall section, or a working section. You may ask me, what are those? Well, a building section is to show the slice of buildings from a northern, eastern, western, and a southern perspective. But if I wanted to do what I'm about to show right now that we draw on the walls, we're going to do a wall section, okay? Very specific to interior walls, maybe exterior walls as well. And then you'll see another one says working session. A working session is basically saying that, hey, I want to see if everybody else's stuff, and it's going to be down and dirty, nothing crazy, that is going to show everybody coordinated stuff at the same time. But in this right now, we're just going to focus on walls that we just drew, wall section. All right, and now I want you to go to your floor plan, and I want you to click on one side. All right, and as you can see, now I'm pulling this over, all right, and wherever I stop is what the plane is going to be able to see, okay? So in this case, I'm going to go through the whole building, all right? And as you can see right here, look, That gives me a perspective. So if I want to pull this in, okay, or pull it out, that's my called depth of view. All right, as that's what it's showing you. So right now we got depth of view, and I'm gonna show you a cool trick too once we get done. All right, so in this case here, look, it says section 2 in this view name. I want you to go right over here. All right, well, it's highlighted, and I want you to put 3D underscore section, and I'll show you what I mean in a minute. And also to put a underscore in front of 3D. All right, because when you're naming certain things, if you want it to be at the top, that's where you want it to be. So now we got that being settled. All right, so now if that's created, I want you to click on that, and I want you to hit now right click. All right. And then what it'll do, it'll say, hey, go to view, or I got the option to flip it. You see that? If I do that, or I can just do it here. See how I can flip the section either way? All I gotta do is just go, So even though I drew it one way, I can do that. Also, another aspect of a section is I could break this line. If I'm in the drawing and I want to just pull it, the section's still gonna be the section, but I can now break the line, all right, based upon that, and still keep my field of view, all right? So now I can flip it back. Still got my field of view, okay? And what I'm gonna do now, like I said, click on it again, go to view. Now look at that. Now I got a section in the middle of the building, okay? And it goes all the way on the other side. That's pretty sweet, okay? Now, what I want you to do now is I want you to go over to the 3D view. Now, you see how I got this whole view right here, this whole 3D building? I want you to hover over to the right, and I want you to go ahead and click the view cube. And it's going to be a thing that says orient, okay? And we're going to go down to orient, and I want to say, hey, I want to orient this to section. And you remember the one we just created? Look, now I'm going to go ahead and do that. Now, what did it just do? So now, if I go back into my 3D view, hold down shift, the middle mouse button, and move. Well, guess what, guys? It just created my section that I just drew over here. Okay? It just drew my section, but the section now is cut based upon my perspective. Remember I said before, all these different perspectives give an avenue for you to understand as you're drawing what it is that you're drawing. So we did a section, we named it, and then now we can also go to our view cube and what? Right click, orient to view, to section, and voila. There you go. Okay. Very powerful tool, especially when you're going ahead and designing something. Okay. But that's not it. If I go over here to sheet, okay, and I just say new sheet, right click, new sheet. All right. Okay. 30 by 42. Now what I want to show you is this. So I got a section I just drew, right? So that's a view. Okay. And I want you to go to tab, your architectural. Okay. Look, it has no information. Okay. Keep that in mind. All right. So now I'm gonna come over here. I just drew a section. All right, that's what I want to look for as my section. Where is it? Right over here, wall section. So now look, remember what we talked about before in Revit 2026. When it's not on the sheet, it's not gonna show. It's gonna show blank. If it's on the sheet, it's gonna show a blue. So now I want you to click on that. Now I want you to pull it over to the sheet. And I want you to drop it there. Now I want you to go back over to your floor plan and look. Revit's smart enough to know that when you place this view onto a sheet, now it gives you the information to tell you where it's located, okay? And whatever name that you named it, look, there's that name and the scale that comes along with it, okay? So now that's an overview of a section tab, but it's so important. The same thing is if I go ahead and I'm about to do another one. If I go over here to another aspect and I get ready to go ahead and do a call out. So the call out, go rectangular, and I just go ahead and click on that. All right. So now if I go ahead and right click on this and I go to view, well, guess what? Now I got a call out of that size, and I can come down here to scale, and I can go ahead and say, hey, all right. And the same thing for the call out. If I go to the call out and then I come over here to look at the different views to see where, like I got my elevations, I got my call outs, all these things will be in my project browser. But when those are there, you see it says call out. If I click on that and I pull it over, well, guess what? Drop it onto a sheet. Don't worry about the scale right now, the size, but I'm just going to show you what it does. And then that information, from a call perspective, let me go back to architectural one and look, same thing. So just keep in mind when you're doing the sections and the elevations, all this information is valid and very, very easy to do and very to put together. And when you see all these different elevations, it's so important to understand the perspective of what you're looking at, okay? Especially as a beginner. Bye. View templates and view ranges. You may ask me what that is, so let's get started. Let's get into it. What a view template is, first and foremost, we should be in the architectural sample model, and we'll go from the architecture to the view. Now, before we get into it, what I'm going to do is now show you what these templates are and what they do. All right, we're going to go over view templates, visibility graphics, and filters. And basically what these things do is that you can create a view template, meaning that you can capture the settings of what you created on an actual project. So that way, if you need to apply it to other views, you have a setting that is created that you can utilize when you need to. All right, saves a lot of time, especially as a beginner when you start doing projects. So say for instance, you have a project where you want to show a floor plan that only shows furniture. And then you want another floor plan that only shows electrical equipment or any other view that you want. Well, the view templates are what's going to keep those in place, and it's going to show what you want to show and what you don't want to show. And visibility graphics, which we call VG, basically is it will turn off certain things in the view to now use your view template settings. So we're going to get into it right now. So let's go to a level 1. And in this level 1, you should see to the right side of this drawing, all right, it'll say, hey, this is an architectural plan. What I want you guys to do is I want you to hit this right here, and I want you to click on that. Now I want you to expand this out so you can kind of see what a view template does. And so a view template, as you can see right here, look how it has the different architectural plans. It has enlarged plans, safety plans, roof plans. These are all coming right out the box. Area plans, green roof color plans, site plans, framing plans. So before we create our own, I want you to look at this one. Here's how you can also utilize this type filter. And you can see right now it's basically set to floor, structural area plans. But look, if I switch that to 3D, there you go. You'll see a whole different types of plans with different detail levels. You've got the presentation view, hidden view, no shadow view. Look at that. You even got a camera interior view. Okay. Then you've got ceiling plans. All right. And then you've got elevation plans. So you got really, really good starter view templates. And basically what these templates do, let me go into one. You'll see right here. So you'll see that it'll have a predetermined scale, and you'll see these checkboxes. If those checkboxes aren't checked, then whatever you've created or done in here will not be activated. Okay. And what that means, and what that'll do is it'll be able to be freed by itself. And so if, like for instance, if I want VG graphics override model for enlarged plans, I have a scale, view scale right here. I'm going to check that as well. And all these things that are checked means that, hey, this view template now is being controlled by this view template. Okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and just in this case right here, I'm going to click this. No, well, we're going to do a life safety plan. All right. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit okay. And watch this. You're going to see this entire plan change based upon the view template. There you go. Look what it just did. You just saw settings change based upon how it was set up. Now we're going to get ready to set one up ourselves from scratch, but I just wanted to show you how drastically different it changes the look of the same plan. Same plan, same everything, but what it did now is it took the rating and it made it a fire life safety plan based upon what the rating is. So you got the kitchen, you got the stairwell, and I guarantee you if I click on any of these walls, right, and there we go. If I click on one of these walls and I look at it, it's going to tell me it's a rain screen. If I click edit, it's going to tell me that, look, see, 2-hour rated wall. So basically, like I said, it's looking in a filter. That's what I'm going to go over next. And it's applying it and making sure that it's set up. So in this case right here, I'm going to go back over here to architectural life safety plan, right? And now I'm going to say this is an architectural schematic plan. Watch what happens. We're going to remember, you can take the same plan and make it look a lot different ways. Now look at it. All right, from a schematic plan standpoint, look at how these different plans change based upon what type of view template you have set up. So what we've shown you so far is that you can have you can have the same plan show up different ways on different sheets. All right, super important to understand this when you're a beginner in Revit, okay? Highly important, and we wanted to overview and show what that means, right? The second thing that we wanted to kind of go over, like I said before, is we're going to create our own so you guys can kind of see. Architectural view plan, and I'm going to go over here to life safety because I want you guys to see something that happened. We're going to go over where we talked about we were going to go over filters. So now in this case, all right, I'm going to go slow so you guys can see it. Come down here to the right. Bottom corner under identity data, architecture schematic plans. I want you to click in there again. All right. Then I want you to go right over here. Make sure you're going to be on the life safety plan right here. And then I want you to go right here where it says filters. Okay. And I want you to hit the edit. Now, once you go into there, look at this. Now, this is what we talk about filtering. Filter just means that, hey, even in this view template, I still want to have another level of control. And that level of control has everything to do with what the walls look like. All right. And so in this particular one for filtering, they want to showcase life safety. So let's go into one. Let's click that. And we're going to hit this button right here called Edit New for 1 hour. All right. So now we have hit the filtering phase, okay? So now this is what a filter looks like. And a filter basically is saying, hey, the different elements within inside of Revit, I can now thoroughly go through and specifically call out something that I want to display within my view template. So in this case, like I showed you before the relationship, they wanted to show the rating. And so now because they wanted to show a rating, look at this. So now they said, okay, cool. Well, what does that rating it consist of? Well, that category is walls. So if I click on here and I just type the W, see, look, it's making sure that now it's saying, okay, the category that I'm trying to control is walls. So think about it, 1 hour, walls. So then after that, if you can see over here, here's called rule base. All right. And it's saying, all right, here in this filter, all right, now that I have it under walls, I want to create this and say, hey, I want walls and I want it to be fire rating. So basically what I'm doing is I am taking a particular parameter. All right. That's how Revit operates. What you see all over here is parameters. I want to take a particular parameter and I want that parameter to now showcase whatever equals it to. So I can do equals, I can do does not equal, but in this case, I want to make sure that whatever I have in that box that says rating, and I have, look, 1 hour, 2 hour, 3 hour, 4 hours. So all those different parameters, now I'm saying, hey, I want you to highlight those. So once I do that, as you can see here, then the same thing for doors, all right, fire rating as well, and this one says equal 60 minutes. So I can go to 2 hours, see how it changes. I can go 3 hours, see how it changes. I can go to 4 hours, see how it changes. All right. And so I could even create one just based off of my own. So what we're going to do right now, we're going to create our own. So right now we're going to go right over here, hit new. And this one's going to be, we're going to just say wall tags. All right. So now that we've done that, we're going to hit OK. All right. So wall tags. Now we're going to go over here and we're going to type W because this is going to control the walls. All right. So now that it knows that, we got a rule set right here. Now walls, now what are we looking for? We're going to say we're looking for a type mark, okay? So look for a type mark. We're going to say this, we're going to say type mark, type T. All right, that's going to be the tag, all right? And then we're going to say, we got a bunch of different ones. We said equals. Now watch this, if I hit equals, and say type mark, it's going to look for all the different wall tags in here, all right? As you can see, look. Now, because it's a lot of wall tags, and we're just doing this as an example, I'm going to just go ahead and say, anything that contains, so I'm going to take a bunch of them. Anyone that has P. So this one's going to be a contains, all right? Or even starts with, I can say begins with a P, all right? So now that that's done, I created this one, all right? Now you may say, where is that? So I'm going to go ahead and say add. Now I'm going to go find it. Wall tags, all right, that's the filter I just created. Now I want it to be visible and I want it to be enabled. So that's what you see here. And then the cut patterns, I want it to be red, okay? Color, I'm gonna do it slow, my bad. Go right over here, and I'm gonna come over here. It's solid and fill, red, all right, and then I'm gonna hit okay. So now, and then actually I'm gonna do another one too. I'm just supposed to be cut patterns. Do this here just to make sure that we are good. All right. So now that that's done, I got wall tags. I hit OK. Okay. So now I got that inserted into this plan. All right. If I never need to get back to it, it's right here and filters. Now let's go ahead and see if this enables. If it's looking now for anything in that filter, look, what did it just do? You see how we just put that filter in there? Look what it did. Anything that contains a P. That is the power of view templates. All right, and filtering. All right, so this is supposed to be an overview so you can kind of see how it's created, how that works. And then when you want to create, let's just say this view. How do you create a view template? We already showed you how to create a basic one. We already showed you what it looks like. So if I want to go ahead and say I like this setting, I want to capture everything I just added, right? Because we added a new component. What I can do is just take a basic component and say, hey, you know what? I like this. And if I like this, then what I'll do is I'll say, hey, well, you know what? Let me go ahead and create this from view. And then I say, okay, cool. So now I can just say, hey, this is going to be my arch. Go slower so you guys can see it again. I'm going to go right over here. And then I'm going to go ahead and create template from view. And then right now I am going to say, hey, this is going to be my arch rating. So we're going to say life safety. All right. Plus say wall. We're going to say wall tags. All right. So what you just done now is created this. And if you don't believe me, watch. We're going to go to another view. It's showing right here. We just created it. So that's what it's telling you. I'm going to go hit up. And now we're going to prove it's going to be in the pudding. We're going to go to level 2. I'm going to double click that. Now we are going to apply it. So here we go. I'm going to go right over here to identity data, architectural plan. I'm going to click on arch life safety plus wall tags, and we're going to hit OK. And right now, as you can see, we have not assigned it to any sheets, but that's going to change once we apply it. So we hit OK. And voila, you are going to see the power. Look at that. Look how good that looks. All right. That is the power of utilizing view templates and filters to take multiple plans and act real short time frames. So what you're going to do in Revit, just always understand this. Anything you need to do in Revit, it is a tool that you have to understand the tool, plan it out. So that way, as you create things, that you sustain it. So that next time you create another project, you get faster and more efficient. All right. Thank you. Schedules. You heard me right. Schedules in Revit 2026. Let's get right into it. I've got the sample architectural model, and I'm going to go over to in the project browser, and I'm going to go over to right here, working schedules, and we're going to go into walls. And the reason that we're going to go into walls in this schedule and to bring up the different things is because it's important for you to understand the information that you already have in your project, whether you're just starting out or already want to know something that's already built. And so what I want to do is go over the overview of schedules and talk about the power of parametric modeling. Most people think that when you start Revit, the first thing you do is start modeling. And I am the opposite. I'm telling you, I'm leveraging 20 plus years in the industry. And what you want to do is actually do the ending first. Now, I know you say, what does that mean? Ending first means, so let me close this out. I'm going to right here hit this 3D house. All right. So you guys can see I always work in multiple views at the same time. And then once I do that, you can follow along. And then I am now going to go to view. Okay. And once I go to view, I'm going to go right over here to where it says tile views. All right. So now I have 3D views that are now really show what's going on and how it's affecting your job. So now that I have 3 views open, right, I just got to click on any one of them to activate them. I'm always working in 3D views and active views at the same time. So you may say, okay, well, the first step is why are we looking into those schedules to see what the power is? Because you need to know what's in the project. You need to know how powerful this project is. So now if I click back over to the schedule, right, and I say, hey, I want to look at, this interior wall that's 2 hour. Well, look, now I can do 2 things. I can look at all the walls, right, with this type of schedule, or I can look at a wall from a different wall type per schedule, right? So if I go over here to wall types, I can do the same thing. Now, when I click on this right here, you'll see this button that highlights over here that says highlight in space. So if I click on this, now that I have this all open, right, it'll say show. And now look, because I had the views already open, look, it's showing me already in the model what's already represented. See, that's the key of being able to look at it. So right now I'm just having to be on the first floor. But it's important for you to understand that the power of parametric modeling means that I can be in schedules, I can be floor plan, I can be in a 3D view. It does not matter. I can be in all these different views, right? And then I can highlight this over here. Now that's highlighted. See where it says section box, and click on this. And when I click on this, now look at that. See that? Everything that I have highlighted shows up. You see that right there? See all those things? See, look. Now it's giving me a snapshot of telling me all the 31 walls that's in the project, okay? And if I wanted to change those walls, I can easily just go over here and change it to whatever I want based upon what the wall types are. So that's so important to understand when you're working in Revit, especially as a beginner, to understand how this works. So now I'm about to reverse engineer this too, okay? And so look, what we're gonna do, this is gonna be beginner to advanced. I wanna take this schedule right here where it says wall type, schedule, all right? I'm gonna say wall schedule. I want you to right click that, and you're gonna see something right here that says save to new file. I want you to go ahead and click on that for me. All right, I promise you it's gonna all make sense. All right, so right now, what I am doing is I am taking a file outside of Revit, right? And I'm just gonna put it on my desktop. You can do the same thing, okay? Say wall schedule, watch. Hit save. So now I've just taken a schedule that's already built, that's already formatted, as you can see right here, and I wanna take this entire information and watch what we're getting ready to do. The next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go over to where it says file right here, and we're gonna start a whole new project, blank from scratch. So right here, I'm gonna do it again, go right over here, file, we're gonna go to new, and we're gonna go to project, okay? And it's going to say Imperial Multidiscipline, which means this is going to be American system, and we are going to go ahead and hit OK. Now the cool thing about this is we just showed you how schedules work and the power of schedules. Now we're going to show you, and don't worry too, I'm going to show you how to create a schedule. Now I got a blank project. Now I'm in this blank project. What I want you to do, now I'm in this blank project, I want you to go to view again. And we're going to now make this our whole view. So we're going to go here where it says tab view, right over in the top in the view, and we're going to So now that this is open, okay, what we're going to do is we're going to hit the architecture tab. We're going to hit walls. All right. Well, you know what? We're going to kind of do something a little bit different. Now that this is already here, this thing already has some type of schedules in it already. All right, let's just make sure that we don't have anything that's walls related. All right, because I want you guys to see how we're going to do this. Okay? All right. So the first thing we're going to do before we even draw the walls, okay, I want to bring in the schedule. So what I'm going to do right now is hit insert. When I go to insert, I want you to go over here where it says insert from file. And when it says insert from file, I want you to go ahead and say insert views from file. I know that might sound a little strange. Then I'm going to go to where I left it. I put it on my desktop. So I'm going to do date modify. I'm going to pull up the schedule and I'm going to hit open. All right. So now this is going to be checked. You see it right here. Use all sheets. Yes. And then I'm going to hit OK. And it's just telling me, hey, it's coming in. Here's the text. Here's the viewpoint line. I'm going to hit OK again. All right. So now it's just now showed up into the project. Now what I want you to do is I want you to go back. Let's see here. Go ahead and close this out for right now. All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of close some of these things, these windows. All right. I'm going to close this here. And I'm going to just minimize it because I don't want too many windows to be open. Okay. And what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to close this one because I don't really need this to be open. I'm going to close that too. Don't worry about that if you close it. So we're only going to just make this one view that we're already in now. Okay, so the first step we did is showed you how to operate a schedule that's already something created so you can navigate the project. Well, now we just brought in a schedule, right? We just brought in a schedule, and when I want to find it, I can just go up here to browser, as you can see right here, and here's the schedule I just brought in. All right, so I'm going to double click on that. Now, do me a favor. I want you to go to the view tab, and I want you now to go over to here and say window tile. So now we should have a split screen, and you should see an empty schedule. Right? Move this down, and you should see a blank floor plan. Now, I'm showing you this as a beginner standpoint so you understand what we are doing. We are now going to understand parametric modeling from its essence. So right now, in this blank project, I want you to go back over to the architecture tab. I want you to go to walls, and then I want you to go ahead and click on that, and then I want you to come over here, and I want you to click that says rectangle. Now, once we have that, okay, I want you to come over down here. So I want you to go ahead and click in any space. All right, I want you to go to the right, and I want you to click again. And now what I want you to do is hit escape twice. And what I want you to see is, look, you will now see information about the schedule already. You didn't even do anything, but what? The purpose of this is to show you that we brought in a pre-built schedule that I'm going to show you how to create. But just think about that. Just think about the power of that, right? You see all this information. You see for count and everything else. Watch this. So now what if I want to see this in 3D? Let me go ahead and hit this house. Now I'm going to go ahead and hit WT, which is window tile. Now look at this. All right. If I go ahead and I delete, I click on this in 3D and I delete this. Look at this. Right off the bat, there you go. Now say if I come over to my floor plan and then I change, click on one, go to the properties and I change and say, hey, you know what? I want this to be a 1 hour. Look at that. You see the schedule just automatically adjusting. And if I click on another one and I say, hey, I want this to be a 2 hour. Now you understand the power of Revit schedules and parametric modeling, meaning I can be in multiple places at one time, but everything else. Now look, I click on this. Like I said before, I can make this big, and then look at that. It's highlighting in all places. That is the power of parametric modeling to its essence. Now you say, okay, cool. We went ahead and we modified a schedule, we exported a schedule, but you still haven't taught me how to create a schedule. Don't worry, I got you. So now what we're gonna do, go to our architecture plan, all right, left and drag, delete everything in there. Look, see the schedule goes away, right? And then what I want you to do is go ahead and click on this to get rid of that, okay? And now when you wanna create a schedule, that's perfectly fine. All we're gonna do is just go over to the view tab again, and then we're gonna go over to where it says schedules. And then we're going to say schedules right here, and we do schedules and quantities. And now that we have this dialog, let me go slow. Just make sure we do it again. View tab, then we're going to go to schedules. All right, see that pull down? Schedules and quantities. And now when we go in here, I want this to be a wall schedule. So look, I can just tape down here. As you can see, look, it comes up. It says, all right, cool, wall schedules. All right. Just so you guys can kind of see how that works. All right, I'm gonna do that again, delete out. Now look, I can just do it this way. I can come down here and I can just say walls. All right. Either way, I like to just go ahead and type in search. So right now we're gonna say wall schedule, right? And you got a couple different schedules. You got a new schedule or existing schedule. Well, now we're gonna go ahead and make sure this is just gonna be a new construction. And then let's look. If I only wanted to say the walls, based on the things I've checked, look. I just want to go through that. There you go. And I say, hey, I just want architecture. Cool. You see that? All right. Everything. Now, that's perfect from a new schedule standpoint. So now I'm going to hit OK. And now it's going to take me to a different dialog. Okay. And now, while the schedule's up, what we're going to do is we are now just going to add some couple parameters. You might say, well, how do I know what I want? And I'm just creating this for the first time. Don't worry. Just keep in mind the basic things that you think you may want. So for instance, we know you want height, right? Cool. So, we know you want probably some comments so somebody can do this. Don't worry about it. It doesn't have to be in order. You might want some description. All right. Cool. All right. Let's see. We got height, we got width, but I'm gonna take you down a little bit. So once I click on this, we're gonna say unconnected height. Okay. Let's say if I want to see here, let's see what else I want. Typically type mark, that's going to be a wall tag. So we're going to click that. And think about how you want to filter this. Right? All these walls are by type. So you want to make sure you go ahead and click on this where it says type. All right. And if you wanted to have any other information, you could. You see how we can do it by family. All right. Because that's what these things are. There's just system families. All right. So we're just clicking on some basic stuff. Don't even worry about anything else. We'll make sure we obviously have a count. Okay. And then we'll just go ahead and put in height and we'll put in width. All right. Then I'm going to show you how to go ahead and now all this in. That's why I said don't worry about it. So when we want to first segregate this and make sure that this schedule is right, this is going to dictate the order that it's in. So with that being said, we're going to make sure that our hierarchy is based off of what we want to see first. The main things and then the detailed things after, okay? So in this case, we're going to go ahead and say, hey, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and do family. Then I'm going to go ahead and do type. And I'm just going down here and I'm hitting this button that says up, okay? And after that, I'm going to go ahead and click on this. I'm going to hit description. Now I want my tags. All right. All right, comments. Now I'm going to go ahead and do this. So move these two up. I can hold shift and I can have multiple ones, right? So I'm going to go ahead right here. All right. And let's see, I'll put this right here. All right. And I may just do one more. All right. So right now I got this. You may say, okay, cool. Now you have that. What else? Now I can filter this if I need to. That's this button right here to the top. I can say, hey, well, you know what? I want to filter this by type. Okay. And you see like that one says equals. That's fine. Perfect. And then, or I don't want to filter this out just yet because you need to learn how to use this. We are just going to go ahead and no filtering. All right. But we will sort it. So I'm going to go sort. And now I'm going to go ahead and say this. We're going to sort it by family, by type. All right. And then you see how I can say grand totals. I'm going to check that box. And then also too, when we do this family, I can also say, hey, I would like to have this footer to have title, count, and totals. And so I can do grand totals. And then you see it says, if I check this box right here, it says give me all of them. But in this case, we're going to go ahead and say we want all group, not all, every instance. Then I can say formatting. That's just means saying, hey, these different types, I can go ahead and I can give it a different name if I want to, and not erase anything. And then if I want this to be a vertical header or orientation, I can change that. And then I can also do alignment in the cell itself. And so right now, I'm just going to go ahead and say, this is the way I want it. Then appearance, okay? Down the line, I can go ahead and get some grid lines here just to make some outlines, okay? Also, I can hit this outline here, and I can choose different line styles if I need to. And then this is all the text down here as well. So right now, we're not going to do too much. We'll go ahead and say strip color, right? And we'll go ahead and just say red, all right? Just something. All right, stripe rows, and we're going to hit OK. And this is just our generic based on what we want. So right now, we got a schedule. And now the schedule, I can also go in here and click on here, right? And say, hey, this is my walls by type, all right? Then I can just click out in space, all right? And just click somewhere. Now I'm going to click back over here to the first floor plan. Now I'm going to go to architecture. I'm just going to go to walls, architecture. I'm going to go to my rectangular for my draw tab. And then I'm going to go ahead and just click anywhere. And there you go. Look what happened again. Look how we just created a schedule from scratch. And look, we gave different colors for rows. We can stripe anything that we need to. All right. And if I start to give any more information, these things will start to go ahead and fill on out, as you can see here. Now watch this. We're going to go back to the schedule here, right? And this wall by schedule right here. Once we got this clicked, you can do two things. You can look at the properties on right click, or you can do this way. We're going to go ahead and edit type. And this is what the schedule looks like when you want to go back and modify right here. So we're going to go to edit type, and we're going to go every instance, because then I want you to see what we do. We're going to go there, and then we're going to go to formatting. Oh, I'm going to sorting. And then we're going to come back here and say itemize every instance. And you see what that does? That gives different count for all the walls, so you guys can kind of see the different areas, right? Now I want you to go back to the floor plan, and I want you to click on the walls and change them to multiple. Doesn't matter what it is. I just want you to see, all right, all the different things that you can do from here in the schedule. And if I click on it and I just say, hey, highlight and schedule, it'll take me directly to it. If I have the view open, it's just going to show it to me. So I wanted to go do a quick overview of what we just did. So what we just did is we used an existing schedule to figure out different things that's already in the project, right? Then we went to export a schedule so you can see how we can take that schedule into another project. And then we created a schedule from scratch so you guys can just understand just the overall clarity about learning how to do this from a beginner standpoint. I hope you enjoyed this. I wanted to go in full depth because schedules are so important. And the way I do all my projects is I actually create my schedules first, and then I start modeling so that way I can be more organized. The more organized you are up front in Revit, the better it is later down the line. Always think about the ending results when you get started. Thank you. All right, welcome back. So the next thing we're going to do in our tutorial is go over the modeling elements like we talked about. So, all right, so now we are all cluttered. We have our modeling tab, which is basically called build. And so what we're going to do now is we are now going to go to where it says wall, and we're going to go and click on this, and it's going to give us now two options. Okay, it's going to give us once we're in one option, it just depends on what we're drawing. In this case, we're going to draw the architectural wall. So now we're going to go ahead and click on that. And now it's going to give us a completely different user interface at the top. Okay, so you can see now it has the type properties. It has now properties here of the wall. Type properties means that you need to know what type of properties they are. When you hear something called type or an instance, type property means that this wall is a type, meaning that it can be copied in multiple places, but it still is the same wall, just copied multiple times. Now, if it is an instance of a wall, that means that it is a unique wall that will be copied. And when you have it on the schedule, you have to now control that individual unique wall. And if you make a change to that individual unique wall, it does not replicate everywhere. If it is a type, then that particular type of wall does replicate everywhere if it's that same modified type. So in this case, as you can see here, we have a couple different things that we can do. So we got a square, we got a triangle, we got a circle, and we can scroll down. We have all those different things here. And then you have also too, this aspect of it's going to say, hey, if I wanted to, I can place walls by room, by segment, but we're not going to get into that right now. The other aspect, as you can see here, it'll give you right here, says modify wall height. Okay, so we can do about depth. You see here, we can draw these walls by where we want them to go. So like, for instance, we got a level 2 in here, right? So if I did that instead of unconnected, that'll now go ahead. And this modifies the same way. Okay, so this and this are basically controlled the same. Also too, when I draw the wall, look, I can click right here so you guys can see it. Now in this case, we're going to keep it at wall center line, but if I want to do and draw it on a different side of the face, exterior, interior, I can now control that as well. Also, this says chain, basically, which means that these are not be a one-off. So when I'm drawing it, I don't have to keep stopping. It'll allow me just to keep going. So keep that checked. Also too, if it says offset, that means or plus or minus. Hey, so if I want to draw this wall, 2 inches off of the ground, I can easily just do that by saying, hey, I want this to be 2 inches off the ground. But in this case, we're going to make sure that this says 0. Now, if I was drawing some type of radius, I could also do that and say, here's my distance for radius. And then also you're going to hear something that says join status. And I'm going to say, hey, that means that every time I draw a wall, I want it to automatically connect to another wall. And if I do draw a wall, I want other walls to connect to it as well. I never want to draw walls that say disallow. I want this to always say allow. Okay. So in this case, what we're going to do, we're drawing this going to be center line to level 2. We're not going to just go do 1. No, we're going to draw a building and show you how easy and quick this thing is already. All right. So we're on level 1. We're going to go ahead and make sure that this says square. All right. And then what we're going to do is we're going to go in here. All right. And in this case, I can do 2 things. I can measure off walls or lines that I want. We'll call them reference planes and draw. But in this case, we're not going to do that. Just showing you how to model walls. I got square, and you see it gives me the square command. I want you to left click. And then what I want you to do is move it to the right. As you can see, look, it gives me dimensions based upon that. I don't do anything else. Don't click anything else. Just click it once and just make sure that, follow what I'm doing. All right. In this case, I can move it close and I can zoom in with my mouse as well too. All right. So that way, if I can zoom in close to my mouse, I can zoom in out with my zone wheel. Okay. With my mouse, middle mouse button. So in this case, what we're going to do is we're going to do a 20 by 20 room. All right. So as I'm stretching this out, now I got 20 here. Now I go to the right. Now I got 20. Go up to right there. So look, that's what I want you guys to do. And once you get to this right here, now I want you to go ahead and left click. All right. Now, just make sure we understand. Anytime we want to exit out of a command, okay, we need to hit escape twice, not once. So if you hit it once, it'll still keep you in the command, allowing you to draw something else, okay? If you hit it twice, it now escapes you out of command completely. All right. So once keeps you in the command, allows you to keep going. Twice, go ahead and escapes you out, period. So twice. All right, so now we have the wall. So, all right, so it's perfect. We got the walls drawn and everything else. So what you want to do now that the wall is drawn, now, thing that I'm going to teach you more than anything else is that you are going to operate in Revit's purpose, which means a parametric engine. So with that being said, okay, we are going to do 2 things. I want you now to go to this 3D house at the top. Go slow again so you guys can see that. I want you to click on it. That's going to be your default 3D view. All right. So now you have a default 3D view. You can zoom in close and then you can see the actual walls that you drew. Okay. All right. Just make sure that that's there. All right. So now that's just one view. Don't worry. You didn't get rid of the other view. It's still up there and we'll go ahead and go through it in a minute. Okay. So now that you have that, now what I want you to do is I want you to go right here to this tab and I want you to click back on where it says architectural L1. So right now, what you can see is we've now gone back to the floor plan, which is okay, which is fine, which is pretty good. Okay, so now what I also want you to do is I want you now to follow my mouse over here. We are now going to go to the view tab. And what we're going to do right now, let's see here. I'm sorry. Yeah, view tab. And what we're going to do right now in the view tab that we have, I want you now to go ahead. Actually, I'm going to project browser. I want you to go to the project browser. And I want you to go to the elevations. All right, it's called building elevations. And I want you to go to north elevation. Okay. All right. So the reason why I wanted you to go to those 3 views, now you have 3 views set up. Okay. Super important. And these views are all perspective views, all based on the walls that you just have drawn. This is so important in understanding Revit and the basis of it, especially as a beginner, and understanding the full concept of what you are doing. You are modeling something in 3D, but you're looking at a projection at 2D when you're looking at a floor plan. But what I want you to do based off the training is understand that you're always going to be in this perspective all the time, which is what? Three-dimensional space, because the real world is three-dimensional space, correct? So with that being said, now we're going to start teaching you guys how to use shortcut commands, okay? But in this, because you're a beginner, what I want you to do now is I want you to go to View, okay, which is right here. I want you to go to the View tab. And then once you go to the View tab, what I want you to do, I want you to go all the way over here, go slow so you guys can see it, all the way to the right. And I want you to click on something that says Tab Views. And when you click on Tab Views, okay, I'm sorry, Tile Views, my bad. When you click on these, what I want you to see now is you now have 3 different views that shows you different perspectives of what you just modeled, okay? So if I click in the architectural view up at the top, all right, I can use individually. Look, I can move in and out with my mouse. I can click on things there, but look at the power. This is what I'm talking about. You are now clicking on something here in this view, and then if I click in this view, look, it stays highlighted, okay? That's my 3D view. But then if I go click into my floor plan view, look at that. I can now move everything. All I have to do is click, and now I'm using my middle mouse button, by the way, and I'm just activating. That's what they call this when you click in these different views. It still will keep you highlighted. You see how it's saying modify tab? It's still showing up green, but I can click in each one of these and activate the view. And as I activate the view, these are all 3 perspectives dealing with me just modeling walls. We just drew walls, which was pretty easily, right? I can show you how to draw a building in 20 seconds, but you need to understand the concept of what you're doing and why you're doing it, okay? So look, just based off of this right here, and I got these walls, I got all this information, correct? And it's still highlighted. If I make a change and say the floor plan, right? So what I'm going to do right now, I am going to click on this wall, and I am going to hold it down, left click, and move it to the left. Now watch, look, you see I'm moving it, right? Now watch this. As soon as I move it over here, look what happened. I want you to see that the wall here and here, it changed. Okay, I want you to see how all in the perspectives of everything it changed. Now, with that being said, with the walls being changed and everything else like that, I'm going to go all the way up here. And now I'm going to go ahead and we're going to go into wall types. All right, this is super important for a beginner to understand what it is that you guys are doing. So when I go over to wall types, and now we're saying just basic walls, now we're going to go into the actual wall itself. So 2 things we're going to do. First, I want you to now go to the 3D view. I want you to right click on the blue wall, and I want you to, let's do this slow. Oh, also too guys, in any space, I can change the dimensions of stuff too. You see these temporary dimensions? Look at this. So if I highlight that and I say, hey, you know what? I want this to be 10 feet. Look at that. See how I just changed it here and it just changed over there? That's pretty slick. If I come back over here and then I just do it again, 20 feet. Wow, look at that. I'm back at my original thing. But now we're going to go ahead and we're going to understand what types mean, okay? And properties of the wall itself. So now that I got that selected, I want to go ahead and I want you to right click blue wall. And I want you to say select all instances in view. All right, look what happened. So now I'm gonna do it again so you guys can see it. Click on the wall, left click. Now because what we're gonna do is we're gonna change some dynamics of this wall. And so now I'm gonna right click. And now I'm going to say, hey, select here, right? Select. And now I'm going to go, it says visible in view. Now it's changed all the walls because it's in view. Highlight it all at the same time because it's parametric, okay? The whole purpose of building information modeling, what? Is understanding that there's information in these models, okay? Everything is related based on relationships, right? And these are all we call type families. So all this type of stuff means that they're all relationship based. So now that we've got this, you may say, hey, you know what? I want another wall. I don't want just this basic wall that Revit's give me based on just out of the box. Perfect. So now we're in the properties. We got everything selected. Also to remember, Revit is an action-based software. The reason it's so hard for most people not to use Revit because Revit forces you to move first. And then as you move, then it assists you to keep going. It's going to say, hey, what do you want to do? So right now, hey, Revit, I want to go ahead and select the wall, all these walls, and I want to change all these walls right now. And I want to go ahead and make these, okay? You say, well, how did I do that again? Don't have a problem. Click on it, select it. Okay, slowly go down to where it says select all instances. Then I'm gonna go right here that says visible in view. All right. And so now I'm going to go all the way up here to where it says properties. And then once I've gotten that, then now I can go ahead and say, hey, I want to go ahead and I want to change all these walls slow to 5-inch partition to hour. Okay. All right. Now, if I want to do it this way, I can just go ahead and type in 5. Look. And now go ahead and pre-select that. And then I can go ahead and say this. So now it's just changed the walls that I just had. So now I've changed all the walls. Now what about, hey, now what if I didn't want to change all the walls? What if I just wanted to do one wall? Maybe just 2 walls. Well, if that's the case, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to hit the control button. Hold it down. You'll see a plus symbol here. Now, if I zoom in, look, you see how I was, okay, now left click that, okay. Now you see how I only just did 1 wall now, but I got the whole control key down. So now I can go ahead and click another wall. Wow, look at that. So now as you can see here, I've got 2 walls selected, right? So I can change them as long as I got this down. Now, okay, cool. But what if I only want 1 wall and not 2 walls? Well, all I gotta do now is hold the shift key and then I can hover back over that wall and then look, the selection becomes minimized, okay? So if you want multiple walls, all walls, a singular wall, or selective walls, it's all based upon selections specific. Hold the control key down and click it. So now it will allow you to add all the walls that you want to change. If you want to unselect something, then you can just go ahead and hold the shift key down and hover over that wall and then click it again. And that's how you can unselect it. So in this case, I want to hold the control key down. All right. Click this wall and this wall. And I want to go ahead and now go back up to here. And I say, hey, you know what? I want to change these walls into, I'm going to just type 6. And I'm going to go ahead and say, give me 6 hour, all right, 3/4, 1 hour. So now look at that. So I got 2 sets of different walls, okay? All right. Now, the walls, you may say, man, these are all white. I don't want to just look at these walls all white. Well, guess what? You don't have to, okay? This is just what we call in course view. Now that I want you, since we're talking about walls, I want you to understand something. We can change down here. Look, see this? And now when I'm in here, you know, I got 2 ways to change it. I can change it in this little small box that I barely can see, or I can come over here to my properties, right? And what I can do from a detail level, watch this. If I don't want this just to be white, if I want this to look a little bit different by discipline, I can change a lot of the different settings in here. Now, to me personally, a lot of times when I'm looking at certain things, I like to utilize this as well too. So right down here, look, let's get the button that says really tiny, barely can see. Now it says detail level. Why is this important? Because this allows you to look at things at different levels, okay? Because I changed all those walls for an important reason. The walls are changed because I want to look at different detail levels based upon what type of walls they are. So if it's coarse, that means it's going to be a basic level, all, and it's just going to be white like we're looking at right now. If I want to see any materials or anything else, or see it more realistic, then I would go ahead and say fine. Now, sometimes I don't always be fine because it may take up more memory than I want. And then all of a sudden, but the walls are still white. Okay, cool. I understand. So what I can do now is go ahead and say, hey, come back down here, visual style. And now look, it gives me all the different textures. See it? Like if I had materials or anything else different, I can now see the walls differently. I can see shaded, consistent colors, which means closer to rendering. Now you see where it says textures. That means really close to rendering. And then also it says realistic, which is basically rendering in real time without it, but seeing the true material. So in this case, I just want you to see a color change. So we're going to do shaded. There you go. Because right now the properties are just basic. Okay. Now you may say, man, what are you talking about? The different views show different things. So right now in the 3D view, it shows gray. But now if I go and activate my floor plan, see how it's a separate view? I want you to zoom in, all right? And then I want you to go there and down here to this little part, and I want you to go ahead and hit find. Oh, look at that. This is why it's so important, because now, all right, when I change the detail level, and I'm going to say, hey, I want this to be shaded. Let me get a little more shaded than that, consistent colors. Look at that. Now what you see the actual stud layer. You see the layers here, right? And so now you start to see the breakdown of what the walls are. Like I said before, this is the beginners. So I want to show you all the different makeups of this. So what I want you to do now is I want you to go ahead and click on the view. See it highlighted. And now it's going to show the properties. Okay, look at all the information. It's going to show you how we drew it. It's going to show you the basic outline, the height, what level of constraints and levels, right? It shows you off the default. And then here's the important part of the properties. Look at this. Look at the information that it's telling you. It's telling you that the wall dimension-wise is 20 feet, how much area square footage is taking up, the volume. But we're going to go into a deeper dive more than just that, okay? So what I want you to do now is I want you to go all the way to the right. And I mean, we can do it two places, okay? Look, it can be where it says edit type here, all right? Or we could do type properties over here, okay? So we'll actually just do type properties over here so you guys understand what we're going to do. So what is this telling you? It says displays properties of the family type. Now, what's the difference between the type again? Remember, I'm going to be quizzing you soon, so I'm going to be asking these type of questions. Remember, the type means that this is something that can be copied multiple times in different places, right? But it's the same thing. So if I want to change 300 walls in 300 places because it's a type, or make any modifications, I can do that, and it takes place everywhere that's been placed. If it's an instance, then that means it's a unique item. If I made changes to one wall, that means I have to go find the other specific wall and make a change to it because it didn't change because I changed it because it wasn't a type. Oh, now I want to go to type properties. Click on that. And now you're going to see the makeup of what it actually is for a wall property. So that's what you see right here. This information, you see it telling me, say, okay, hey, look, it's telling me the family. Okay, family just means this is a relationship base. So all these things in here, instead of this being objects or blocks like Revit, these are now called families, and understanding the nomenclature in Revit, just so you guys understand what that means. And so now after you break it down to the family level, then the next aspect is the type level. And the type level now, just like we saw in the properties above here to the right, that now look, here are all the different wall components that's in the entire project, as you can see here. All right, you see all these different prior wall types that are already created. So we got, and what you see here is they're now subcategorized, right, based upon the functions. Okay, so look, you need to know and understand, okay, well, what do you mean functions? Well, functions mean, hey, I'm telling the family how to operate with inside this model, so that way it understands how to operate. If it doesn't know how to operate, then you can't properly model anything, okay? So everything in Revit understands its place, its role. It's like being in the Matrix. It's like everybody knows what they're supposed to do. They're hardwired, and so they know how to function when they get out into the world. All right, so now you see exterior, you see foundation, you see generic, you see interior, you see retaining wall, you see soffit. So all these different concrete, you see all these different things. So when I'm actually starting to model a building or a wall, I need to understand what is it that I'm going to do. Is this going to be an exterior wall that I'm modeling? Do I need to put interior walls? And the reason why I said this is because I don't want to just teach you and say, hey, here's a wall. I need you to understand what is the why behind it, because after this course, even though you may be a beginner, you won't stay a beginner, because this information is supposed to now what? Sink in, stay with you, because now you understand the reasoning behind it. You understand how to operate this huge machine, because it can be very daunting. So what we're going to do in this case, all right, so now that it talks about the type, it talks about how it's categorized. Look at all the other information that it has a part of it. So it has a graphic. Remember, we were talking about detail level. So if we wanted to go ahead and say, hey, you know what, I want my interior walls to be black, you know, in the field color at the scale, it can be that. Then it's saying, hey, here's my materials and finishes. So that C is grayed out. It says metal stud layer. Then look at all this other information in here. It says analytical properties. See, heat transfer. So based upon the layers, the drywall, how this thing is created, we talked about the information. Well, this is the information. This is the reason why that Revit is so smart. And in my opinion, why you need, if you're an architect, especially starting out, this is what you need to be doing and learning to further your career. You're going to spend 80 to 90% of your time in Revit unless you're working on details, which will be in AutoCAD. But outside of that, you have to master Revit. And if you need any outside coaching, you need any training, or especially if you're a professional already in the industry and you need to understand exactly from a coaching perspective how to apply these special techniques to further your career, drop something in the comments saying, hey, I would like for you to reach out, and I will reach out to you and we can come and have a conversation about that. But so far, hope you're following everything that I'm going through, okay? Just make sure, like I said, this is comprehensive, and I'm spending time on each category so you know how to function it, and by the end, we'll go ahead and create the whole thing together for this entire maze to make all this stuff. It's almost like a reverse Jedi mind trick, like Karate Kid, right? So we're starting for the wax on, wax off aspect of it. All right, so look, absorption rate, Look at all this information. See, look, metal stud, type mark. This is the tag information. So when they start to tag the information, this is the information that's going to be extracted for the tag. So that way that you're not filling that thing out and it'll fill a schedule later. Okay. And we'll go to schedules and show you how to create that and understand how the wall component goes into this next. I'm telling you, everything we do is a compound of something on top of another thing. Okay. Because everything in Revit is relationship based. Look, 1 hour fire rating. Okay, look, I got all these thing presets in here already. If I want to do any quantity takeoff, here's where I put the cost. Okay, but now just a step further. Well, you may say, well, how in the heck did they build the wall? Huh. Well, you know what? That's what we're going to go and find out right now. So right now it's telling you the width. And remember we talked about the function. We're saying, hey, this is an interior wall. Well, how does it know it's an interior wall? Because we programmed it to. This is how the information is started. This is how you create it. And look at this part too, guys. As you're creating the wall in this type properties, I can go over here and say, hey, let me look at this while I'm building it, Mr. Man. That's how you do it. So now I can do that and say, I want to look at this from what? Top view. I can look at this from a section view. Okay. So I can go ahead and keep clicking all this and you say, well, how did I get that? I came down here. I went over here slow. And so now as I'm building this wall and I'm looking at it, and now I'm telling, hey, here's the functions. Look at the functions I got. All right. So that's right here. Go to the functions and look, I'm telling Revit, hey, this is Revit. This is this type of wall. So you have to tell Revit what it is for Revit to help you. All right. It is like Cuba Gooding Jr. and Tom Cruise. Okay. It's like, help me help you. That is what Revit is trying to say. Hey, I can help you, but you need to tell me what you need. Okay. And so in this case, right here, it's like, all right, cool. I got interior, I got exterior, and this is interior. Okay. But now let's get into the meat and potatoes. Edit. All right, look, now you can see a whole nother function. I know. Let me go slow so you guys can see it. I don't want to go too fast. I'm gonna hover right here, come down here, right? It's right here. Look, then it says edit. All right, now what you're gonna see, all right, especially in Revit 2026, that's the one I'm in right now. And if you don't have it, get it. It's super powerful. I really, really like it over other ones because it has so much properties. But specifically in Revit 2026, as you can see all the information here. But look at this, guys. They have a couple different things that are so important. You'll see something that says priority. That means that these different levels of finish, what priority did they take in the wall construction, okay? Because right now, from a priority standpoint, if this joined with other walls, I'm now telling the layering structure, hey, the next wall that I come in contact with, I want a certain level of priorities. Like for instance, now always in all walls, the first thing that you always want to make sure is the stud layer, which is the structure. But if I go ahead and I'm gonna go slow, the construction of this is based upon the function. We talked about this before. So I'm gonna pull this already out so we can kind of go over here. I know they're like, man, we spending all this time just on one thing. Yes, because you know what? If the way that I teach everything that you need to understand. So when you look at this and you understand what it is that I'm teaching you, these are all things as a beginner you need to understand. Okay, so look. And and you'll see right here, all these things, you'll see a whole thing that says function, priority, material, thickness. You look at the top wraps. That means that every time when it touches another wall, it wraps around. That's why those are checked. And then this box here says checked. It says structural material. That means that now you're telling the wall what's important, what are layers, what are finishes, and what is the structure aspect of this wall. So the structure aspect of this wall, make sure this is checked, because if you don't check this, then it doesn't understand the structure. Okay, so that's going to always be defaulted by things. And so now I'm going to go in here and say, look, I want to now understand what these functions mean. So I'm going to go slow. I'm going to hover at the top and I'm going to say, okay, look. Now look, we just talked about wall construction, if it's soffit, if it's a retaining wall. Now we're going to, from an outside perspective, not internally, we're going to go over the wall structure internally. So when you go on the functions, you'll see structure, substrate, thermal layer, air layer, finish 1, finish 2, and membrane. Okay, so all these make up components of a wall in Revit. So in this case, because this is a finish, you may say, okay, well, what's the difference between a finish 1 and finish 2? The difference is a finish 1 and finish 2 based on the layering structure of the wall itself. Okay, and so if I got 2 layers, 1 layer, okay, I can say, you know what, I want to know that this is going to be a finish 1, a layer on the outside of that one that be a finish 2. Okay, and so that's that. And then also, like I said before, We have a structure. You got to tell Revit, what structure core boundaries do you have in here? Now, if this is just going to be for a wall base or something like that, you can actually, this is the first time in Revit where you actually can get rid of the core layer if you don't need it and just have two finishes, okay? So that's new. That's new in Revit. That was on the wish list, but they finally decided to put it in after, a long time. So, you can thank the Revit people for that. So, with that being said, you got the structure, right? That's this right here. When you highlight these, that's what's going on here. And then look, material. So now if you want to take a material takeoff, you can take an exact material takeoff, because look, when you click on this and you see these little three dots, it's hard to see if you squint your eyes. And look, trust me, I know if you got eye problems, it's a problem. So look, you click on those three dots. I'm gonna go slow. Click on those three dots. Now what this is gonna do is take you into the material library of this wall. All right. Now you're saying, hey, this is what this material is. Here's like a graphic. It's like metal stud layer, metal panel. And so this material is basically saying, okay, I know what you call it, but here's the material for it. And I want you to go look at it. So it's identity, metal stud layer, right? Description. Then it has a graphic. So if this is a graphic and you wanted it to be used, you got a render appearance. And if you check render appearance, basically what that means is that if you put in material that is a rendered material, it'll actually show up that way. So in this case, we're not going to do that. See how it's a different color based off of the fields. So like if I want this wall to come up a different color in the cut pattern or the surface pattern, I'm not going to go all into that. It's just showing my visibility, graphics, appearance. All right. So this is what we're talking about. You see how it already has type of layer already associated with it, especially for the same thing for finishes. I can go ahead and put different materials in here based upon that. Here's the physical information. It's telling you how it's going to operate. The information that we talked about the wall. All right. Steel, structure, metal, and a lot of this stuff you don't have to go all the way into. I'm just kind of just going over as overkill to show you that this is all the information that's real world that Revit already has baked in here. Same thing with thermal. So if you want to do any type of analysis and stuff, when we saw an analysis tab based upon ratings, envelopes, and stuff like that, this is all in here. So Revit is legit. This one, we are going to cover the walls. Now we got everything else. If you've been following these tutorials, we've got the walls, we've got the windows, we've done the doors. All right, what's the next eventual thing we need to do? Well, you guessed it, the floors. So here's one rule when we do the floors. Always make sure you do the floors in an actual floor plan. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna actually go back to the floor plan. All right, it should look like this. Now what I want you to do is I want you to go to the view tab. And I want you to go all the way over to the tab, and now that makes it a full screen. So let's go over to floor tab. Let's go to architecture, and you're going to see something right here. It says floor. Now, if you hover over the floor, it'll tell you what type of floors you can create. And if you pull down, you'll see you can do an architectural floor. It's no different than the walls. Structural floor. Then you can do one floor by face, and then you can also do a floor slab edge, as you can see here. So you got 4 ways to do different things. Right now, we're going to go over to the floor architectural. And once we click that, it'll take us into a sketch mode. And I want you to pay attention what it looks like once we click this button right here. All right. Once we click the button, now we are in floor sketch mode. As you can see right here, look, it'll tell you modify, create. You should see this right here. Don't worry about it. It may look grayed out, but everything's perfectly fine. You'll see a X in the green once we get done with our command. And then what you'll see is the dialog. The dialog, you'll see what we call boundary lines, slope arrow, and span direction. Okay, so when I hover over this, as you can see this, it's now saying that, hey, this is a sketch line for the boundary of the floor. Okay, and then you'll see something where it says slope arrow. So after you've drawn the floor, now what? Now it says this is how you can add the slope. If it's 1 degree, 2 degrees, we'll go over that as well. And then span direction. Span direction spans a boundary line for structural floors. We're not going to use it at this moment. All right. So now we go over here, and then you can look at the different avenues of what type of floors and stuff we can do, draw in sketch mode. So obviously we have the same type of sketch modes in here for all different types of shapes and sizes. And if I click on this, you can see also I can come down here and then all these different shapes. My favorite too though is pick lines and then pick walls. I really like that a lot, so that way I can really just be accurate. We're going to utilize that in a second. Also too, guys, this is really important from a work plane perspective. If we are not on an actual floor like a level, then that allows us to go ahead and create our own base to draw on top of, whether it's a wall whether it's something else of a porch or anything else, we can create something called a work plane and set it. And we're not going to go over it right now, but it's just something we'll come back to later to talk about, okay? Also, part of this is called reference lines. And what those do is if we decide to have something that we want to snap to draw boundaries around, we can create that as well. I use reference planes a lot. We'll go over that a little bit later, but not right now. And then the last but not least, as you see, I'm going from left to right. As you can see here, you see right now we got floors. No different than when we did walls. Look, go over to this. We're still in sketch mode, but look at all the different floors that we have. So this is what we have right now in the actual sketch mode. So, all right, you see all the different floors that we have? We have a bunch of different floors. And so what we're going to do is we're going to choose the concrete composite. All right. And we're going to go ahead and say, here we go, that one right here. And it's going to say, hey, I'm going to draw this at level. Now, if you want to do a height offset in the positive or negative direction, you can do that. And then always keep this button right here where it says room boundary. Keep that checked. All right, because if you don't, then it's not going to snap to it. And you see another button right here that says structural. Now, if this was going to be from a structural standpoint, then we would just check this. You see that? And letting Revit know what type of thing, how to function. But right now, this is just going to be an architectural wall. And once we draw the actual floor, this information from a dimensional standpoint will get filled out. Now, if there's any other type of information like tags or something, we can do it here. And then also it tells you if this is going to be new construction, if this is going to be demo. And so it gives you a lot of options inside of here. So what we're going to do in this case, we're going to do two options. I'm going to show you. First option we can do is we can do my favorite. One of my favorites is rectangle. And basically what that does is it'll snap. All right. And you can just pull it to the other side and then snap the other side. And guess what? Now you've got that, and if you don't know that you got that done, do me a favor, type TL for thin line, and you can see the lines pronounced a lot better so you can see it, okay? All right, you see that? And I use this square command, but let me get rid of that and do it again, go a little bit slower. So in this case, like I said before, it's right here, and boundary line, look, so even just this, so I won't go too fast. Yep, I'm gonna go ahead and exit out. All right, I'm gonna come back over here, floor, architectural, okay? And now I'm gonna just go right over here, and I'm gonna go ahead and say, hey, we're gonna go ahead and use this. All right, here's the floor that I have. Now what I want you to do before we go ahead and draw this floor again, I want you to go over here where it says edit type so you can know what makes up the floor. And what you can see right here, what makes up the floor, is you can see that it's now giving you information from the structural material. It's giving you the description. It's giving you the tag of the concrete, right? Type mark. Okay. And then also if you go into where it says edit, now look, remember we talked about functions before, look at it. So now we're telling this that, hey, here's going to be my structural material. Every component is always going to have a structure. And then the next thing you know, you see all as well is a structured deck, right? That's this component here. All right. So now that you can see the different components, the different materials, what's the structural material, which can only occupy one inside of here. And so that's checked. And then it's telling you how it's going to act from a profile perspective. That's why you see all this other stuff right here that's creating it. So I really wanted you to see kind of what's going on. And then also too, look, we're giving it a priority. So because this is more of the floor together, this is a priority. Now, if there's anything outside this core boundary, we wouldn't give it a core boundary of 1. It would probably be a core boundary of 4 or 5. Okay, so now, or any other one outside of this from a hierarchical perspective. So we're telling Revit that this is the most important thing in this boundary, so please respect it with the priority. Okay, now we're giving it a material, so that way, like I said before, if we want to do a material takeoff, we have that information. There's the thickness of it all, and as you can see, it has a thermal mass, resistance, total thickness, and we have a type name, okay, and it's called the floor. So this is important to just know all this information is in here. And if we even need to modify anything, like I said, what we can do is we can just come in here and then we can just go insert. And then when we insert, now look, I got this, just hit this button right here. Then what I can do is I can just say, hey, let me go ahead and make this just outside of it. And in this case, I want to go ahead and I want to call this more of a finish, right? And now understand the difference of where things are, right? So now I got this layer right here, says, okay, now I want to go ahead and now I can put a little depth to it. Right. And when I do that, you'll see certain things change. Look, see that? See how that just came in and made it more of a change based off of what I just did? Just want to see it and show you how you can modify different things. If I wanted to take off this profile for the deck as well, I could, and get rid of this. That's what this is right here. And I can get rid of that. So if I got rid of that, you see how that just went away? So it's just important to kind of see how you can kind of shape and modify the floor based upon your liking and everything else like that. Now, I'm not going to change everything. I'm just going to hit cancel. I just wanted to kind of go through the boundaries, show you the possibilities, hit cancel. So in this case right here, we're pretty solid with this. So now we're just going to hit OK. And then once we do that, now that's all kind of solidified. What we're going to do is we're going to give a little bit of offset right here. We're going to say this is going to be 1 inch. Okay. Give it a little buffer. And then we're going to go up here and we're going to make sure we see how we got all this up here. I want you to hit the down arrow. I want you to hit this where it says pick walls. Now, when you pick a wall, you see that? And so now you're going to look at another command. You say, okay, cool. So now I can go click a wall and look what it does. See how it's giving me the boundary as well? So there's multiple ways that I can go ahead and click on one of these, right? And so you see how I got the inner boundary of this interior floor. All right, so I can do it on the outside, I can do it on the inside. So now I have this information here. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm now going to hit the green check mark, and it says, hey, do you want overlaps? Yes. Highlight, would you like to join the geometry? Yes, I would like to join the geometry. All right, so now that that's done, now remember, we still got the 3 views, right? So now what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and hit WT for window tile. And if you can't find that, just right here, the view tab, and go all the way over here, okay? And you'll see window tile, all right? So go ahead and do that from tile for me. All right, so now let's activate the 3D view, just clicking it. And once you've done that, okay, now you'll be able to look and see that you have a floor inside of it. There you go. Click on it. Now hold the shift and middle mouse button down, all right? So now you see a floor in here like you want. But I did some for a reason so you can kind of see. If you go back to your elevation, you click on it, what's the problem? Problem is that typically when we draw a floor, we don't draw a floor just for that purpose where it's just inside the walls. So we have to make sure that that floor meets the outside of the walls too. So here's what we're going to do. We're now going to go back and to activate our 3D floor plan. And then now it's going to tell us, hey, let's go ahead and edit boundary. Now, once I edit boundary, what I'm going to do is I'm going to click on the line, okay? And then I'm going to extend it. Just hold it down, click on another one, hold it down. Make sure you see how it'll snap to the outside. Do the same thing over here. Click on it, hold it down. All right. Same thing over here. Just click on it, hold it down. There we go. So once I do that, now what I'm going to do is hit the green check mark again. Look at that. Now you see why we work in three-dimensional views. So that way when you're modeling all this stuff, you get a chance to see this in real time. So that makes sure you understand what's going on. This is so important when you're doing Revit because you need to understand exactly. Now the last thing, this wall I still have highlighted. What's going on? As you can see right here, remember we gave it an offset. Now I want you to take the offset away and just hit 0. I want you to see what it does. See what it does now? It's saying, okay, at the level in the base, this is where I drew my floor, and this is the thickness of it. And so now it's aligning with the level. All right, so that's super important. If you want to know how I'm moving back and forth, this is my middle mouse button. Okay, when I hold it down and I move left to right, all right, that's how I can do it. And if I want to go ahead now and zoom close, there you go. That's just me zooming in and out with the middle mouse button. Okay, make sure you have a mouse that allows you to have that flexibility. It should come by default already in standard. Now, last but not least, when you're dealing with the floor, and we talked about this before for different things. Let's go ahead and we're going to say now we're going to create multiple points of edges on the floor slab edge because look, now I can go ahead and create different slopes on the floor. All right, so now look at this. I'm going to go ahead and click this button this time. Why it's highlighted. All right, so now that it's highlighted, now I'm going to pick a particular point. It's going to say add point. All right, so now when I click on that point, okay, now it's going to allow me to go ahead and you see how it's tracking. So now it's going to allow me to put a point. So right now I'm just going to do 1 point so you can see the floor and show the slope. So now I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to click that. All right, now remember I went up here and I picked the point. Okay, so after I've done that, I want you to do me a favor, hit escape. And now I'm going to go ahead and click on that point. And now I'm going to say, you know what, this is going to be 1. And I'm going to put a negative. All right, you see that? You see how it automatically gave me this right here? All right, so it's pitching the floor, right? 1 inches. So now that that's done, escape. Now look, now you got a floor that has a pitch to it. So now if I go to annotate and then I want to go ahead and tag. Let's see if my tag came in. It gives me the floor, so I can tag the floor. But I also, I should have a slope. Here we go, a slope span direction. And what it basically is that I can go ahead and understand basically just the slope itself. So here we go, spot slope. I knew I had it over here. So we go over here, right here, and do a couple things. I'm gonna do spot elevation. As you can see, look, see how it's working? See that? So now you can see the power of information of how we just did the floor and the comprehensive understanding slope. So if you're in the bathroom, tiles, or anything else like that on the floor, you know, depending on where the slope is, this is how you can go ahead and put that into the floor. So I wanted to go and just cover all the basic components of all different things so you guys understand the importance of all this. And we're going to go over the modify tab for how to move and trim and everything else like that too as well. But I wanted to cover some of the major aspects of how this thing is before we really get and dive deep into designing our own actual building from scratch. But this is just taking you along the way in the journey of how all these different components work in a comprehensive way. All right? Thank you. The next thing that we're going to do to go down and keep this train moving is we are now going to go over doors. We got windows in place from the last tutorial. Now we're going to go in and put in doors. So what I want to do is I want to go over to the architectural tab right up here. And like I said before, even though I like hitting the keys, I want you to start learning the shortcut keys. All right. And so also too, guys, if you want to know where the shortcut keys live, all right, if you go over to where it says view, and then if you go all the way down here where it says user interface, you're going to see something that says keyboard shortcuts. Even that got a shortcut. And what you'll see over here is the Revit shortcut keys. Now I will give you mine so that way you can import the shortcut keys so that way we can follow on the tutorial together. But this is where you find all your shortcut keys, okay? And as you see here, you got all the different tabs for different things like applications, home, snaps, you know, all the different things. Like I said before, I have a certain one that I use, and that way you guys can use it. And it's for all the different tabs that's on the keypad, so you can shortcut anyway. Like I said before, if you're a beginner, this is going to save you a lot of time that you're not searching and looking for everything for you to utilize it. And that way you get into a rhythm, you start getting faster, and guess what? You no longer become a beginner, you'll be an intermediate, or you know what I like to call a Revit ninja. All right, I know it's a little corny, but you know, just wanted to kind of go over that aspect of it. And then, so let me go ahead and click this so you guys know what that is. And then we're going to go back over to the architecture tab. And now we're going to go ahead and click on doors. Now doors is a type family as well. All right. And so remember, we got 3 views open. Remember my rule before, we are not going to do anything inside of a 3D view. So we are going to now activate our floor plan. And before we go ahead and look, if I touch on the wall, you see that? Look at that. If I hover over one side, over to another side, it's going to track either way from the inside or outside, just being on the other side of the wall. Okay. That's before I've selected anything. I just clicked on the door family. But while I'm in that command, I can come all the way over here and I can go to door properties. Now what I can do in the door properties is I can now give this door an offset. I can give this a masonry insert. I can say the door swing angle. I can say, hey, you know what? I want this to be a 45 instead of a 90. All right. I can say, hey, look, this says this is a masonry frame, but what if I don't want that? And I want a drywall frame. You can now uncheck that. All right. And see how it defaults to a drywall frame. Okay. So that means that if this is a masonry brick, and if it's not, if it's drywall, uncheck that. So now it tells me what to do with that. And now look, sizes and heights. All right. So it's all the different other information I can put in here for this as well. Seal, undercut, material, jam, header, all that information I can fill in inside of here. All right. So, all right. I haven't put anything in here yet. You see here, it also gives me material. If I want to do framing material, look. If I have anything inside of it, finishes, anything else I want to go ahead and put inside of there. Also, if you go where it says edit type here, okay, or I can access it all the way over here, okay, with type properties. And so when I do that, I go ahead and click that. Now this allows me to see all the information I need for the door. All right, this is so important. Okay, so look, I may have a size or anything else that may need a bigger size. I may only come limited with a certain amount of sizes, and I may need a bigger size. All right, so this is where we go into it, because right now it says I only have, the biggest door I have is a 36 by 84. But what if I need a 42 by 84? Well, guess what? We're gonna go ahead and create one. All right, so now I'm gonna go ahead and say duplicate, and I'm going to go ahead and make sure that this says 42. All right, now copy this, Control C, because it doesn't do anything if you just change the name. You got to go in there and change the actual parameter itself. So now I'm gonna go ahead and say okay. And now I'm gonna go over here to width and then Control V. And look, you see what it did? It gave me my 36. All right. Kept all the thicknesses the same. Now it's also good, just like we talked about walls, talked about functions, where it's saying what type of wall this is. So it's saying, hey, this is going to be either an exterior or interior door. I want you to switch that to an interior door. Okay. And then I see what it says by host. All right, look, this is what means that we're going to say this is by host. All right. Or if I wanted to, I can say, hey, well, you know, this closure type is going to be, you know, interior. So it's reading that by host. All right, cool. Now what you see is the material. So that when we create a schedule, which we're going to do and show you the extraction of all this information so we can see it. All right. Good. Right now, look at this. So we got all that information. We got a strike height. We got all this information here that we just had before. Also, too, when we go down here, look, information, see where it says 27. I want you to go ahead and say type in caps, type A, and you'll see why in a minute. All right, now if we needed to, if we had any door information, we can put manufacturers. Look, if we needed also PDF information, if we need any type of stuff that is going to come from a website, we can embed that information here. You see those three dots right there? You click on that and it will give you information as far as where to link this stuff at. So with that being said, we're not going to click out of that for right now. So we got all that information here. Then we got this reference over here to see what this looks like. We got elevations, 3D. See, look, we can move this around. We can see what this is going to look like with all this information, how it's going to cut inside of here. Just making sure that when it places, what are we doing? Are we making sure that all this information is good? Are we saying, hey, what's the frame depth or anything else like that? If we need this to go a little bit higher, lower, we can put in that information. Look, if I wanted to say, hey, you know what? I want this to be 3. You know, I can do all that information if I need to, or same thing here. I'm gonna go back there, but I can make sure I understand how this is actually gonna frame before I actually frame it. All right, and what it's gonna do, what space it's gonna leave. Now we're just doing this as an example. All right, so now that I've just done that, I just created another type. As you can see, and it comes in wherever you put it. It's gonna now say, okay, well this is now 42 inches. And so now I'm gonna say, okay, cool. I'm gonna hit okay. All right, now I still haven't placed anything yet. Look. So now when I'm over here and I'm just saying, okay, well, what side of the wall do I want this on? You see how it has those track dimensions again? All right, but you may see that the door is also looking the way I don't want it, and I may want to flip it. So whatever side you're on at the time, if you want to go ahead and flip it to the other side, watch this, hit the space bar. And as you can see here, look, space bar will now go in the different directions based upon where you want that door to go. So if I'm close to here and I want the space bar again, if I'm over here, if I'm on the other side, space bar again, right? So now if I want to just go ahead and do this for this type of door in the swing, all right, you know, and the same thing come down here and I want to do it inside. All right, there you go. All right, so now I got 2 types of doors in here. I got the same door, I just got it in different directions of the wall. Now I want to tag this information. Remember what we did before when we said type A. So now what I'm gonna do is now I'm gonna go all the way up here where it says annotate. And now I'm gonna scroll all the way over here where it says tag by category. Now I can tag these walls different ways, and I can tag everything if I needed to. I can tag materials, I can tag the rooms, I can tag anything I need. So right now in this case though, I'm gonna go and say, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and tag this by category. See what it says TG. All right, so now I'm gonna come down to my view. All right, now 2 things it's gonna do is obviously it's gonna give me a door number, as you can see here. All right. So I can hit the space bar and I can go ahead and hit it however I want it that way from a property standpoint. Same thing over here, 102, right? So it's going to give me chronological numbers that way. All right, same thing even if I just hover over the wall, same thing. I can just click that and I'm going to hit escape twice. But if I click over here and it says door tag information, right? Now I go back over here where it says properties. And if I go over where it says properties, you know, I can modify that to show different information, right? Because right now that's the door number. Okay, but if I go over into this tag right here and I go ahead and hit edit type, okay, now it can tell me, hey, what information that's in here. I can say now, you know what, I want to have a degree arrow angle or anything else like that. I can put that in here if I need to. But in this case, here's my door number. Now, if I click on this, guess what? I can also change this information. Okay, so now in this case, I'll go ahead and just say, usually it's a number, but I'm just going to do this for right now. Just say A. All right, so now this is an A. Now here's the thing about this type of tag. This type of tag is a instance tag because of the fact that the door schedule needs to have unique numbers and unique identifiers, okay? And so that's what you see here with this type of tag right now. And so information that's already here. So if I click on the door again, right, and I look over here where it says mark, that's the information that it's bringing in. And so it's an instance. So if it's an instance, it's going to be right here. Right in the front where you can change all this information instantaneously for that unique door. Or if I need to change all the information or the size, then that's going to be an edit type. Okay. And so that's very, very important to understand. So now we got doors in here. Now we got these doors in here. We successfully put in doors in this model and understand that we changed the type of model. But what if I want to see the information of this door? All right. And I don't see it right now. So look, let's go ahead and put some information in this door. So right now I want to see all the information. I'm going to go to where it says architecture. Actually, you know what? No, we already got a schedule already here. What I want you to do is go over to where it says door schedule, and I want you to double click twice. Oh, now look at that. As you can see here, right? Now, once you click in another view where it's the 3D view activated, now what I want you to do now is I want you to type WT, the window tile. All right, so now I got 4 views with all this information. I got 3D views, and then I got the information showing right now. So what you can see is, okay, cool. I got information. We're going to show the power of Revit. So right now I'm going to go back to say 101. Now I'm in the schedule, but watch it change. All right. Now look, it changed here. Remember that we talked about the power of Revit. That means that wherever I change the information from this schedule is now going to affect this. And the cool thing about this schedule, right? You see everything here. So all this door information, all the stuff, all the types will finish out. I can put in more information and fill all of that information out here. Now, the other cool thing about this is that if I click on this door, you see how it's highlighting? And if I'm column, look at that. So I'm highlighting the different doors and different information that's tied in the schedule, but it's also highlighting. Now, if I needed to go ahead and find this and I'm in a big model, all right, the schedule also allows me to go over here where it says highlighted model. You see that? So if I had this view closed, right, or anywhere, it will now tell me, I'm just going to hit this button. Look what it did. Now, because I had this view already open, that's what it took me to. But if I didn't have this open and I closed it, and then I said, let me do this again, and I said highlight and model, it's now going to take me to wherever it is. All right, so now we're going to actually talk about mullions and curtain systems, all right, and the different type of curtain systems that you can do. You can do curtain systems based upon faces of mass. You can do it based off of walls, change the curtain grid, mullions, spacing, all that good stuff, all right? And the first page that you want to do when you have these different walls and everything else like that, I'm going to go ahead and delete this door. All right, so now that I got this wall deleted, I'm now going to go over to architecture, okay? And this time I'm going to create a curtain system. I'll click on that. And there's a couple ways I can create a curtain system. I can click on a curtain system and create it, but I need to make sure that I have a certain type of grid plane and everything else, right? So when I do that, typically what I'll do is I'll go over here and let me do this. So I am going to click on the wall, and you'll see right here when I click on the wall, look down at the bottom, I have exterior glazing, storefront, and not defined. In this, I'm gonna just say storefront. And when I click on a storefront, look what it does. So I have a couple different things that I can do, but the very first thing that I did is it now created a system based upon the wall type automatically, as you can see right here. Okay, but watch this. If I got this grip, all right, I can now move the grip based upon the different wall systems and everything else. Okay, this is one of the powers of Revit and understanding how I want to actually draw this out. So if I just select the wall itself, it's now going over the different spacing. And so when it's going over that different spacing, let me do this one. I'm gonna go ahead and put a opening right here. All right, and I'm gonna click on it again. And now I am going to select a different one. I'm gonna say exterior. And these different types, as you can see, based upon this, is a different panel. And I wanted to do this for a reason, because you can see that different patterns, different designs, or even just how to modify the different aspects of this stuff. This storefront, now look at that one. Now, obviously, I wouldn't do it with a ceiling there, but I wanted to kind of just show, look what the opening did based upon me having the walls. Now I created all these. Now, but what if I wanted to modify this? Tell me what would I end up doing. So now if I want to modify this, I can click on this now. I can look at how this starts. I can say, here's the vertical grid. I can say, here's the horizontal. So now I can say, hey, okay, you know what? I want this offset to be about 2 inches for both. Okay. And now I want this to be 45 degrees. All right. Just doing this for example. All right. So now that I just put that in there you go. Look at that. Look how I just modified my grid pattern based upon that. So now I knew the opening, it knew the size, it knew the spacing, all from just the small things. Now, what if I wanted to change the lines? So what you see most of the time is, I'm gonna just get rid of this so you can see it, is that now I have a bunch of different things. I have mullions, I can create breaks, I can make continuous, I can delete, but I want you to understand what is underneath. Everything in here in these segments underneath a pattern for the mullions to now be up under. And so that's kind of how we do it. So if I was doing a mass and I was doing this, okay, as you can see, a curtain grid by system. Now I could do a face. I could show this as well from a mass perspective. And then I can put a grid on just saying, hey, here's, I want to create this ceiling. Look, if I do this, it's saying that I can create a curtain system by face. What is that? So if I created a mass, right? I created a mass and then I can do whatever I kind of wanted to do with those different components from a massing perspective from a curtain grid. But I wanted to show you that I took a wall, how I took the now grid pattern and everything else. If I wanted this to be a lot more decorative, there you go. This is one of the easiest ways to, from a beginner perspective, without getting too complicated, as far as how you can actually manipulate the grid spacing, create openings, utilize all these different spaces. And if I go into edit type, look at what the storefront is consistent of, right? Coming out of the box. I'm telling it, hey, this is going to be an exterior or an interior. The curtain wall system, is this going to be glazed? Is this going to be shingle? Is this going to be a stacked wall, an empty system? All these things and components are a part of the system itself. And so it's important for you to understand that when you're doing this system and you want to create different types. So if I want to create more types than this and create a specific system, I basically would say, hey, you know what? Let me duplicate this. All right, I like this, but, you know, I want to call this, you know, storefront luxury, you know, luxury system. All right. And with me doing that, now I can distinguish my own, make some changes, say, hey, you know, this is going to be a different big spacing. I'm going to say this is going to be 4. All right. And that's going to be 8 still. Now the same layout. Now, if I want to do a fixed number or a specific distance or a maximum spacing, I can do that. Okay. Also, too, here's the different types for vertical and mullions. So if I want to change how it's going to look, I can now go ahead and say this is going to be circular mullions, right? Do the same thing here. I can say this is going to be circular mullions, and I can say, well, you know what type of body type? So now I'm just changing these things so you guys can see it. And so I'm going to do the same thing so this kind of makes sense. All right. And as I'm doing this, I'm changing the pattern. I'm changing the pattern so you guys can see it's a different format of how we do it from a beginner perspective, and just going through it. All right, tagging information, you know, all the different things that may need for this. So now that I've done that, you know, now it'll give me, yes, it's going to give me probably a bunch of errors because of the things that I created. But I just wanted to kind of just show, as a beginner aspect of it, some of the different things that you can do with this. And a lot of this is going to be trial by error depending on what type of system that you have, but I wanted to do a high level understanding of how you go ahead and create change spacing, change families, and if you have a specific system, what are those components, load those in, and then you can start to create a system of lines and dictating, saying, hey, this is how I want this to be laid out. And once you have that pattern achieved, then you can lay it out. But just a high level overview of the curtain grid system inside of Revit. All right. Thank you. All right. The next thing that we're going to talk about is windows. Yes. So where we left off is making sure that we had all these different perspectives of things that we were actually drawing. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is just make sure, you see my mouse, make sure that we are going over to the next step. All right, and the next thing we're going to do now that we have walls drawn is we are going to now actually place windows. So now what I do all the time is I use shortcut keys. So what I want you guys to start learning doing as we're going through this process is understand what the shortcut keys are. They are time savers, and this is what they are. So I want to get you guys started utilizing shortcut keys and not having to always go to the different tabs. Trust me, the biggest thing that you want to do in Revit to gain speed, especially I would say on average, if you're using Revit for 40 hours, is that you would want to probably, if you use shortcut keys, it would probably cut down at least 2 hours of work per week, just in shortcut keys. So in this case, right now, you see how it says window WN. What I want you to do for the first time is I want you now to go ahead and just type you in. All right, so what do you see? The very first thing that you'll see here is that it'll say, hey, now you are in a Windows function. You see that? And you'll see over here, it'll say, hey, here's the different windows that are a part of the project. And what are these called again? Just refresh my memory. That's right, families. All right, and so let's look at a different type of families. So as you go over here, you go ahead and click. Look, you'll see all the different types of windows that you have already in the project. All right, see that? Okay, cool. So right now it's telling you have 3 different types of windows in the project. Okay, so that's fine. That's perfect. All right, it's giving you different information based on the different windows that you have selected. So in this case, I would say just, we're going to do this. We are going to do fixed window 36 by 48. Now these windows, so if I move away, I don't click anything. If I move away, these type of families are called wall-based families. And what does that mean? Wall-based families or floor-based families, but in this case, wall-based families just means that this it'll appear, but you'll see how you can't do anything unless you are close to a wall. You see that? All right, so when you're close to a wall, what you're going to see is a couple different things. If you hold down a little trick, all right, hold down the shift key and the middle mouse button. What does that do? It allows you to kind of give you a better 3D perspective when you want to look at certain things, all right? So now when I'm over by a wall, look, it's giving me, before I click anything, it's giving me what we call temporary tracking dimensions. What is that doing? That just means that as I'm putting it where I might want to put it in the wall, I now have tracking dimensions to kind of give me an understanding of where I want to put. And if you're trying to grab anything, hold the middle mouse button down. See, look, and it'll allow you to go ahead and move left or right. All right, let it go. And I say, okay, cool. So in this case, I want it to be 2 foot off the wall, right? And don't worry about the height because we'll move the height a little bit later. So now I can say, hey, all right, look, maybe 2 feet off the wall. Then I want you to do is left click. All right, so what did it just do? So now it just left clicked. I had 2 feet off the wall, and then it's in the adjacent wall is 14 foot 7 inches. Now I want you to notice how I only clicked it, and remember what I told you before. Unless you click escape twice, then you're gonna still be in the command. So right now I'm doing this on purpose. I do not want to be out of the command, so I only hit escape. Well, I just clicked. I didn't even hit escape yet. So now if I move, all right, look at that. If I move, then it'll let me track some more stuff, right? Let me go a little bit further if I need to. All right, so look right there, look, I can say, all right, cool. Now it's telling me adjacent dimensions based off of what? The other window, and you still see it's tracking that information as well, right? So now I'm gonna go ahead and left click again. All right, now look, it gives me dimensions off of those. And now if I just move again, just do one more. Now look, I got all those information based upon that. Now I'm gonna hit escape 2 times. So now when you want to orbit around something, here's another trick. I want you to click on the wall. Now I want you to hold shift and the middle mouse button. And I want you to move left. See that? Look. And now I can swivel all the way around. All right. Now look at this. Now I can hold. I'm still in this view over here, right? I'm looking at this and it's like, man, what the heck is going on? I got all these windows. They all placed looking crooked. Don't worry about that just yet. That's fine. I'm teaching you guys how to model from the basics. So now typically, just so we're clear, I actually put this in the wrong way. If I was actually putting in windows, I would never actually be in a 3D view. Why? Because I'm trying to eyeball it. I did that on purpose just so you guys can understand what not to do. Because this, look, you look at all the crookedness. I'm zooming in, look at the windows. It's the same window, but it ain't nowhere near what it needs to be, and we would never put all these windows on it. It's like, man, my instructor just put me these messed up windows and put all this stuff in here? Yes. We would never do it this way, okay? I just did this so you guys can see how to go ahead and activate the windows to place it. But in reality, what I want to do when we're selecting anything, don't worry about selecting things all the way this way individually. What I want you to do is I want you to go ahead, I want you to hit Control, and I want you to hold left mouse button, and then I want you to go ahead and move up. All right, and then there you go. Select everything. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and hit the delete button. They're like, man, come on, man. I just put that in there crooked just like you. And you going to have me delete this stuff? Yes, I am happy to delete it because that. So rule of thumb, never ever, even though we got 3 dimensions and everything else, you want accuracy, never ever put it in or model anything and put it in a 3D view. All right. You start off always with a floor plan or the elevation. Why? Because that way you know the axis of what you need to be is correct, and you can go ahead and not eyeball to make sure things are in the correct place. So say it with me again. When you're putting in windows, you'll never do it in 3D view. All right, even though I just did it, you're going to do it either in the floor plan or in elevation. Well, guess what? I already have you get those views open already. All right. And so just so we understand and clear, and you might ask me too, guys, well, what if I just want one view open and I don't want three views open like you got me, Mr. Teacher? I mean, I know, you know, you may not want my style, but I'm trying to make sure that you're taught properly. But if you don't want to do it this way, okay, and you only want to be in one view at a time, all you have to do is go back over to where it says view, and then whatever view is activated. So I'm going to go down here to my architectural view. You'll see it's activated because it's going to say, look at it, bold here and bold over here. And then I'm going to go to where it says tab. And when I click on tab, oh, look, now I am back in just one view and not 3 views. All right. In this case, it's okay. I'm all right with that just for this particular thing. So what we're going to do now, like I just taught you before, all right, instead of going to the icons, I want you to do what? We are going to become shortcut key masters. And I want you to type U in. And if you get this, don't worry about it. Don't worry about hitting save right now. Just go ahead and escape. Now, why am I still same thing still happening on what? On the point where it's like, hey, it's not letting me select none. It's not supposed to. It's supposed to say, no, mister, this is a wall-based family, so until you touch a wall, I'm not going to show up. All right, so don't get scared. So in this case here, look, we're going to go over properties of this window and everything else. Right now, window base, window fix. And so now what I want you to do this time is I want you to go over to the window. I want you to zoom in with the middle mouse button and scroll. And then if you need to grab when you hold down the middle mouse button and move left to right. See, look, make sure you have those controls left to right, hold down and grab. Or what? When you want to zoom out, let it go. Zoom in, zoom out. Sound like an instructor, fitness instructor. But look, and so also too, you see the temporary tracking dimensions. What we want to do in this case here, look, I want to do 2 feet off the wall this time, right? All right, it's giving me the information that I need. All right, so right now it's saying, hey, I got this 2 feet off the wall. Let's see what 2'6". We're gonna do 2'6". So now I hit left click. All right, so now we don't have to worry about the height because I'm already locked in its 2D plane. So it's gonna keep everything at the same height this time versus when I was in 3D. All right, so in this case, I want to do 3 feet from here. See how it's giving me the information? So now I can go ahead and say 3 feet. Boom. And then I'm going to do another 3 feet. All right. All right. Let's do 3 feet. Zoom in so I can make sure. Now, if I want to move it this way and I want to just go ahead and do it the other way, look, watch this. Now, instead, like, man, it's not working for me. And it's giving me some weird number. Okay, cool. It can give you a weird number, and I'll go ahead and hit escape twice. The other command we're going to go over right now, this one, click on this window. All right. We're not going to go over what we call the copy command, which is this command right here, or CO. What I'm going to do is hit the CO button, hit CO once. Now you're in the copy command. So now what I want you to do is I want you to now grab, I want you to click on this corner. You're going to see a snap endpoint. Click on it. And here you're going to love this. See, look. Oh, man. So now I can either go here this way. All right. Or I can go ahead and hit 3 and look, click again. Now, there you go. So what did it do? It just said 3. So it probably said, oh, man, I'll just move 3 feet over. So now do me a favor. Anything that you want to undo, okay, just make sure we're clear about that. You got this undo button over here, or you got Control Z. All right. So I can just click on the thing again. Hit CO or right here. All right. And now I'm going to go ahead, do it again. All right. And I need to have a space. All right. Over here for how long? So now I can say, you know what? Go 6. There we go. All right. So now it's my 3 feet. Cool. All right, so now we are going to go into the dimensions of this window. But first and foremost, if I just want to just see this by itself with not all views, now I can go ahead and hit the 3D. And then if I want to orbit around it, because it's selected, hold the shift key down and the middle mouse button. All right, now I can just zoom in. Okay, look, what did I have to worry about this time? They're all at the same level. This is why you don't do it in 3D. You do it in 2D. Now, but here's the thing. What if I wanted this to all now go up higher than what it is? So if I click on one, all right, it's telling me that, hey, my base level is at 3 feet. My head height is at 7 feet. What if I want this to go a little bit higher? What can I do? It's telling me the level. I wanted to, I can say, hey, give me 6. Look at that. You see how that now changed because it's giving me based off of the level that it came from. So now what if I want all those other ones to be the same way too? Or maybe I want this one not to be as high. So now I can say, hey, now I can do 4. Now I can click on either both of these at the same time and hold control. And now I can do that 4 as well. There you go. So now what I want you to do is I want you to go ahead and click on it. And then now what I want you to do is I want you to now edit type. Same thing like we did for the walls. I want you to know all the information that's inside of here. All right, so now we've got the window properties. And so I want you to look at this. Look what it says before. Closure by host means that it's a wall-based family. See, look, closure by host. You want to keep that stuck to where it is right there because that's how you're telling Revit how to function. Same thing is going to be for the different mullions, the trim. All right, we're not going to modify too much of this, but I just want you to see all the information that's inside of it so you know that Revit is operating on its end. All right, now look, if we want to do just geometry changes, okay, all right, look. That information we can certainly do. Look, it's telling me, okay, you know what, if this is a width, if I want to change this and make this a height, only thing that I'm going to do instead of making the change to this, because I don't want to change this name, if I want to, any change I make, I want to make sure that this is a duplicate of it, because now I can give it its own dimensions. And now from that standpoint, now I can go ahead and say, okay, cool. Now I got a new type. Now it's going here, and then I can put it wherever I want to go. All right. And then also, but not least, you see what it says analytical properties. If I click there, all right, it can use different analytical properties for U values if they need to for analytical properties. So it's a lot of information if I want to go to an analytical level. Right now, we're not for beginners, but I just kind of wanted to show you the properties of it. All right. And if I wanted to tag any information, whether it's a fire rating, a key node, or any other cost, you know, if I want to go ahead and put what we call a type mark, basically is a tag to describe the window. So if I want to say these are type A's, okay. So if I tag that information, right, when I go here, and you saw this right here, right, let's go hit it. Now, what I want you to do now, because we have our 3 views still here and we didn't delete them, instead of trying to go find the views, I want you guys to do me a favor. I want you to type WT. Now we're back to window tile. You know, I told you I love working in my 3D, all my 3 views. I want you to activate the plan view, okay? And in this case, we're going to actually tag this information. So remember we just made that it says type A tag. I want you to go all the way up to the top. I want you to go ahead and say where it says annotate. And when you go to annotate, I want you to come all the way over here where it says tag by category. I want you to click on that. See TG. Now I want you to go over to the window and look at that. See? That's the information. I want you to click on it once. Look at that. Now you can go click on another window. Now you can go click on another window. Now hit escape twice for me. Now what have we just done? We have just now made sure that we tagged the information. We can click on this. We can move it closer, right? Or if we don't want a leader, okay, we can make sure this thing doesn't have a leader. All right. All you got to do is come over here where it says leader line. Uncheck that. There you go. All that information was residing based upon the fact that all we did was type an A inside the window. So this is bringing in windows, modeling the window type, and just showing you how to place it, what not to do as far as the different views, how to allocate all this information for Revit and understand the why and everything about this, because this all needs to be discussed so that way you can actually properly model all this information as a beginner. All right. Peace. Now, if you're still watching this video and you haven't subscribed, oh, we got a problem. In order for me to keep dropping these jewels and these gems for this transformation, I need you to like, subscribe, and share. All right, let's get back to the video. All right, we are going to go over the more into the build aspect. This time we're going to cover ceilings and really go over the importance of ceilings. So in every plan, you're either going to have a floor plan or reflective ceiling plan, all right, based on each level that you see here. And so when we were last talking about creating different levels, that means that when we create the different levels, that means that we not only create levels for floor plans, but we also create levels for ceiling plans or RCPs. And so when you wanted to go ahead now and create an extra level that you created a new floor plan for, well, what you would have to do is go back up here to where it says view. And when you want your new floor plan, okay, you just need to go ahead and say, okay, now you're going to see this says floor plan or reflective ceiling plan. And as you can see right here with this, you can see where it says creating a floor plan. So now, because we created it, all right, you'll see there it has an RCP. Now, if we've already had an existing floor plan already created and we want to do a different one or create a different section, different area, all we got to do is uncheck this box and look. You will see the existing floor plans that we already have. Now, if we create another floor level without creating a floor plan, then you will see one that's still here. And it says how it do not duplicate existing views. And so if you see the existing, you will see now that you want to go ahead and activate it. So in this case, we already have some floor plans already created. So now in our tab for floor plans, RCP plans, as you can see here, when it comes over here, this is what it will now house into your plans. Now, when I click on this and I say, okay, you know what, let me go to an RCP plan. What's the difference between an RCP plan and a floor plan? Well, two things. One, when you're looking at a floor plan, you're looking at a floor plan of something looking from the ground up. When you're looking at a reflective ceiling plan, it is looking from the top down. So it has a different perspective and view. I'll show you what I mean. And when you create a floor plan, correct, you would know that it's empty because you do not see a grid. So when you actually now create this reflective ceiling plan, we need to put a ceiling in there. And so now when we go over here and it says ceiling, I want you to go ahead and click on that, an architecture tab, ceiling. So now you will now be into a sketch mode with modified commands also built into it. So you have two different types of way that you can create a ceiling. You have an automatic ceiling and you have a sketch ceiling. Once you already modeled, you have to have enclosed walls. All right. So you can't go ahead and create it without enclosed walls. You will now see it highlights because I have automatic ceiling. It is reading the rooms, but also to over here to the right, let me go slow. Also to the right, you will see here the different height adjustments for the ceiling plan. And then it's telling you what type of ceiling there is, right? So now you've got a compound ceiling over here. That's ACT, right? So now if I click on this, now it gives me the options between the ACT, 2x2, 2x4, gyp metal ceiling, and gyp with wood furring, okay? Now we're gonna go over placing the ceiling and then I'm gonna show you about editing the ceiling. So right now we're gonna keep it at a 2x2. We're saying that we wanna draw this at level 1, okay? And we're saying we want the height offset and make sure it's always set to room bounded. Now, mind you, this says nothing right now, but once we get done, it's going to give you all this different information. Okay. So now I'm going to come all the way over here, come back. Okay. And you see, look, see our highlights. All right. So now I can go ahead and say, now look what it just did. It just now created my 2x2 grid. All right. And also too, when it's a 2x2 grid, you want to make sure that the spaces. So now I'm going to hit escape twice. And if you have a certain spacing that typically you have for like lights or different things like that to be on this grid. Now lights, if we bring in families for lights, it will host to the ceiling grid because it is a ceiling surface thing. So meaning that if you don't have a ceiling grid, you can't put any lights. Okay. And so now look, you see all these grids. Now if I click on one of these grids and I try to move it, as you can see here, look what it did. It now repositions grid based upon whatever that dimension is, okay? Now, typically what you want to do when you have a grid to make sure that the grid is actually perfect or just, you want to have at least 6 inches as a minimum for your grid. So if I go up here and go to annotate, and I got this right here, okay? I can click on this to dimension, then now I can click on this to dimension, and remember I said a minimum of 6 inches, so I hit escape, and I click on this grid, and then I click over here, and then I just say 0, 6. All right. So now I got a minimum of 6, right? So now I have that. And then now I got all these full tiles. Okay. And if I go to my 3D, well, guess what? Now I can click on it. You see it highlight all over the place. And you'll see now I have the grid. You'll see I have the ACT. But if I also go over here, look at this. Now look at the information. I have the parameter, I have the area, okay, and I have the volume. That's super duper important because when you're starting to do this, now you may say, well, you know what if I have something that has a slope? Man, so now if I go to edit boundary, okay, and I want to have a slope, now I can say, hey, okay, cool, look, I'm hovering over this as slope arrow, and now I can say, well, click on that, and now I'm over here in my view, and I can say, here's the tail, here's the arrow, okay, and so now when I hit escape twice, and when I click on it again, now look, it's going to say, here's my default. It's going to say here, let me pull this out just a little bit. Here's my default of my tail. Here's the height offset of this tail to determine what the slope is. We're just going to keep that for where it is right now. That's now, look, it's going to tell you what type of slope this is based upon the distance, 16 feet. It's saying that this slope is going to be 4 by 12. Now, I may want this to be a little bit smaller, so I'm going to go ahead and say this is going to be an inch, okay? Or if I want to change this a little bit later, I can. But we want to make sure we understand like the different slopes, and I'll go through that portion of it. But right now, we have it slope. All right. Now, what I'm going to go ahead and do is now I'm going to hit the checkbox. All right. So now with this, I have a little slope. So if I want to check to see if that slope is inward, I can just go ahead and go to annotate right here. And then I can say spot elevation. All right. And then you'll see it has a little slope to it. You see that? That's perfect. And that shows just kind of what that meant. Remember, I had a slope before, and you see I did it a different direction based upon that. It's so important to understand what this different makeup is. So now that I've done that, now we're going to go into the makeup of the ceiling. So I want you to click on this. Now I want you to go over to where it says edit type. And remember, we are going to make sure that you guys understand the who, what, where, when, and why. Why is it functioning a certain way? And so now what you'll see here is you'll see the information that comes in default based on the ceiling itself with the heat transfer and the R value. But then also too, we have the tag information. If we want to put any cost information in here, that'll also be here. Here's the description of the information. And now we're going to go into the breakout information of the structure. So let's go into that. I have the stud layer and I have the proper appropriation for the importance of what's important, which is stud layer first, right? You got to build it. And then also I'm saying, here's my thickness. Now, typically what I like to do if I'm trying to occupy some space and I need it to be a little bit more than what it is, I may put in a different number just to make sure from a class detection perspective. If I'm not, then I'll make it to whatever the size of the vendor that it has for this, okay? And then also you'll see the 5/8 for the ceiling grid tile. That's to take this right here. It says finish 1. But then I want you to click over to where it says acoustics, all right? And once you click in here, you'll see 3 dots to the right. I want you to go ahead and click on that. And when you click on that, now you're going to now understand the axis of what's going on. So now you're going to see, look, the graphics. You'll see the grid tile. See, it's telling you, hey, I want this to show as this. I would say it's an acoustic. But look, what if I wanted a different pattern? I can go and say, hey, you know what? I want this one instead. So now it's a 24 by 8. So I can now put these different patterns in here. And once I do that, now I've changed the makeup of it. So now the grid pattern changes based upon what I actually show in the patterns itself. This is so important. If I want to do it in a cut a section and have a detail, same thing. I can just go in here. And I can now look at the different patterns for a 2x2 grid or anything else like that and just show like, hey, here's what the fill pattern is going to be when it looks like it's cut. Okay. All right. So now I say, hey, this is going to be a ceiling 24 by 48. Now I've just done that ceiling by 24, 48. So now I got a different spacing pattern, right? So watch this. All right. Now I got to update the name to make sure it replicates what I have. So basically it's going to be a 2x4 ceiling. So now if I go ahead and hit OK. And now I hit duplicate, right? I'm now going to hit a 2x4 ceiling, CT. Why did I just do it? Now, I already have one there already, so that's why you see this. But I just wanted to kind of show you the breakdown if we wanted to go ahead, duplicate, put a different pattern if it's not there, how to create it, right? And that's even another part of it. Let me just show you if I want to go back here to edit. And let me go ahead and hit these 3 dots again and finish. And if I want to go here and create a different pattern of this one, right? What I would do is now I would say, hey, you know, let me go ahead and duplicate this. And this time I'm going to go ahead and say 48 by 48. And this one, now I'm going to go in here and now I'm going to go and look. And so if I need to go ahead and make a different pattern, let's just say this one right here, 48 to 48. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into edit field pattern. And now what I can do, right? I'm showing you all the things that you need to understand. As I can say now, here's what I'm going to do. Now I'm creating a pattern. I'm going to change it here, in here. Okay. So now I'm creating my own grid pattern. All right. Calling it what it is, saying, hey, this is going to be this one. And guess what? Now I have my own new spacing based upon that. All right. So now that I have my own spacing based upon that one, when I go ahead and hit OK, and I want to go ahead and create a whole new plethora of grid pattern spacing based off of my new pattern, well, guess what? All I got to do is rename this system, call it the new type, right? And once I do that, now I'll just say, hey, now this is 48. Well, it's 4 inches or 4 inches. Look at that. Now I basically I'll just go ahead and do the same thing. Just make sure all my correspondence. Now I'm not going to save this, but I just wanted to kind of just show you how you can go in and create your own grid pattern based upon that. All right, so now that I've just done that, guess what? I got a whole new ceiling type based upon this structure. Now look at the grid. Now look at that. Did you see how the pattern just changed? So we just went all the way from the grid spacing to the structure, how we create it based upon this. And like, look, now I'm gonna show you what I mean by looking down and looking up. So if I go back over here and I just go ahead and put a door in, all right? Now I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna show you what it looks like. Let's go, I need to put it in, sorry, let me go ahead and put it in another area. Don't. And let me do another one. Put it all over here, I wanna show you something. All right, so I got these doors in, right? But I also have this reflective ceiling plan. But what don't you see in this reflective ceiling plan? You don't see doors. Remember I told you before, one's gonna be looking up, one's gonna be looking down, and then the ceiling aspect of it, it's looking down. So if you wanna see the doors, I'm gonna show you a little trick. I'm gonna go all the way over here to where it says view range, okay? And it needs to cut that door for it to actually show, all right? See what it says, cut plane? So now if I go ahead and hit 9 feet, all right, it'll start to say, look, also based upon this too, just so you know, I got this whole thing where it says slope. So now you're seeing it slope based upon my view depth, all right? So let's see, let me just go back. And let me cut this a little bit. Now look, now see how I just showed you, it has to, the cut plane has to show where this has to interact with that door at the same plane for it to actually show up. So that's a trick for you guys to understand. Sometimes when you put doors in there and you don't see it in the reflective ceiling plan, it's because it's not cutting low enough for where that door is. Now if I go back over here to view range, and now I'll lift it up again back to where it was. Watch this. Not playing tricks on you. See it says level above. Boom. It goes away. So just make sure you understand that with Revit, perspectives, views, and everything else, based upon what you're seeing, it's highly important. So I wanted to go over showing you the ceiling structures and how you let that go. And also too, I forgot one other thing. My bad. I want to show you the other ceiling commands. So I'm going to go ahead and do this one. All right, and this one is going to be more of a pattern base. So I'm going to go right here, ceiling. This one's going to be by sketch. And so what I can do now is say, hey, you know what? I want to go just draw this. All right, based upon, whatever I want in this room. I might have something else. All right, so I'm just doing this one, same thing. And I wanted to show you that, look, my 4x4, and I can go ahead and say, hey, let me go do this. Look, hit that, look what it did. So I can do sketches or any type of way I need to do it based upon that. And I just want to show you kind of just the ins and out of using the ceiling command in Revit. So that way you can become, like I said before, a Revit ninja, chopping your way through all these models very quickly and not being a beginner. All right. So that's why we go through all this stuff so you can understand why you're doing it, what you're doing it for, and all the information that comes with it. Because now look, you got a ceiling, right? It may not be drawn correctly, but it's just to kind of go over the different aspects of it. And as you're doing this, just remember that you can also utilize all the different modifications while you have the ceiling activated. So what I mean by that is, well, what if you want to rotate the ceiling or anything else like that? Look, just go ahead and click on it. All right, get your access. All right, all this modeling or all these things that you create, you can still do the modifying tab of all the commands I showed before with this as well. So this is just kind of, like I said, the overall basics of how to understand how to utilize the ceiling, all those components, the different tricks of the trades. And that's why I put those doors in, for you to understand that you also have to use the right understanding of the views, how they operate, and the points that they play. Remember, floor plans look up, ceiling plans or RCP plans look down. Keep that in mind when you're creating these things, and also hopefully that you learned, and like and subscribe. Okay. Thank you. Welcome back. Welcome back. Today we are going to talk about modeling roofs. I know, right? Modeling roofs, it's definitely for a beginner. It's definitely something to talk about early on when you're actually building a building, okay? Or drawing a house. A roof is really, really important. And what you want to do is go into the architecture tab over here, and we'll go over into the roof command. All right. So we got different types of roofs. We got roof by footprint, which basically means that you're going to be drawing in the sketch command almost like you're drawing a floor, but it's a roof at the top of a building, the walls. The second is roof by extrusion, meaning that you'll be in an elevation and you would draw that out that way, and then I'll show you how to do both. So that way you can kind of understand both scenarios of drawing by roofs for beginners. And then you got roof by face, which means that, hey, if you have different massing options of a roof, then you can go ahead and create a roof based upon that. And then you have roof soffits. Okay, see how that's showing there? So you can put soffits on these. Fascia. Okay, so understanding like a fascia, making sure that you got that stuff done after it's already drawn. And then the same thing here for gutter, as you can see here on the roof by the gutter after the fact. So the first one we want to go over is roof by footprint. First, make sure that you have these walls drawn. So let me go ahead and cancel this out. All right, and we are going to delete, and we should be in a sketch mode. So I'm going to show you basically what we're going to do. So we're going to start from scratch. Nope. And in this project, we're going to be in Revit 2026. We're going to hit new. And we're going to, once it comes up, it'll say new project. It's fine. We'll go ahead and use Imperial Multidiscipline. Okay. And we're going to hit OK. And once we hit OK, this is going to now bring up the project. It's going to have a lot of families and everything loaded in, but it's going to give us on this level 1 architectural plan. What I want to do first when we're going to draw a roof is we want to go ahead and draw the walls for the roof to sit on. So we want to go over here till we got the walls, architectural walls. Okay. And then from there, we want to go over to draw mode and go to rectangular. And don't worry about your default. It's going to set you over the 20 unconnected height. And I just want you to go ahead and just anywhere you want in the crosshairs, just click on the square and just move over, and we'll do a let's go and say we're going to do a 48 by 32. Click up and then hit escape twice. And the first one we're going to do is go to the roof command. All right. And then we are going to do roof by footprint. As you can see here, if you hover over it, it'll kind of go over just a quick definition of what it is. And as you can see here, so what we're going to do is go ahead and do this. All right. It's going to say the lowest level for roof is level 2. We're going to hit OK. And now what it's going to ask you to do, as you can see here, it is going to say, okay, cool. So now we have this here. All right. And as you can see, you got a boundary lines that it starts with, and then it also has slope arrows. And we'll go over into that aspect of it. And what you also want to see over here is the fact that it says basic roof. Okay. So it's saying that, hey, the basic roof that this is going to be on level 2 where those walls end. And if I click on that, you'll see generic 12, 18, okay, after roof with shingles, and it'll just give you some basic roof information. What we're going to do right now is just keep it a generic 9, okay? And then we're going to go, it's going to say that in the draw command that we have pick walls, which is fine. It's perfect for this. So now we're going to go over and click on the wall, and we're going to click on another wall. And what you're seeing is it's giving you a slope dimension. You see that? And if I click on there, I can give different slope dimensions based upon what this is. So we'll discuss that in a second. Here we go. Click on this one. All right, click on that one. So if I wanted to, and then also, guys, just so you know, most of the time when we're doing the roof, we're going to do it where we make sure that this is going to be on the outside. When I click on the wall, you're going to see this arrow here. And you're going to say, all right, cool, we're going to flip it. All right, look, it flipped it for all of it. Okay, so if I did that, I did it again. There you go. But we want to make sure that this is on the outside. All right, and then you'll see here, if I click on this wall again, all right, see the there you go. If I wanted to change this, I could change this a little bit, but we'll change it when I come back. So the first thing we want to do, now that this is selected, now that this is done, if I needed to, I could put a slope direction based upon the roof itself. Okay, what does that mean? So if I do and add a slope to the roof, you see what it does? Wherever I go ahead, and we're going to say in this case, I'm going to touch this line, right? Trying to be in the center. And then I'm going to drag this tail to right there. All right. And so let me do it again so you guys can see it. Go all right where it says slope arrow. All right. And when I got slope arrow, I'm going to go ahead and just try to get to the midpoint, and then I'm just here. All right. So with that being said, now if I click on that default, right, it's saying, hey, the height offset of this head is 10 feet. Default 0 is giving you a little, and I don't want it to be that big. And it's telling me here's my slope 9 and 12, 30 feet. So I'll say this is going to be a smaller slope to say 3 feet. All right. All right, now once that's done, what I want you to do is hit the green check mark. And what is it saying? It's saying the tail, the slope arrows must lie on the boundary. Okay, cool. So let me go ahead and here. So getting that same message. Give me 1 second. I guess 10 feet. Still giving the same message. Okay, we're not going to do it. So first thing, I'm going to take this out and I'll get it back in a second. Go ahead and do that. Do I want to attach? We're going to say yes. All right. So now what I'm going to do, okay, and a couple different things. I want you to now hit this default 3D view up here at the top. And if you can't find that, go to view. All right. And then you can see it here. All right. See there? Look, there's your first one. You see what it did? It put a slope. Okay. Basic slope on the roof. It attaches. So now, like if I was able to just grab this grip and go down, look, now I can go ahead and it gives me a slope. All right, that I can manipulate. It says truss, rafters. And if I wanted to do any more information to this, I'll show you what I mean by now. I'll go ahead and still in 3D mode. Now what I want you to do is WT or window tile. And if you can't find that, be right over here, tile views. Because in Revit, we're gonna always operate in 3D. We're gonna make sure that no matter what we're doing, we're gonna be in 3D. And I wanna give it a little bit of shadiness, so I just want to see what's going on here. All right, so now we got color and we got a basic roof. All right, now what happens if I take these walls and I give it a little bit of, a little bit of something? So now I'm gonna click on the walls. I'm gonna back it up a little bit, and then I will now just click on this one. All right, there we go, and I will go to architecture, and I will go ahead and now click on this wall that I already had, and I'm going to now go ahead and do this. So with that being said, and I got those walls, everything else, so what am I going to do with that compared to this? Well, this go around, I'm going to still make sure that this is all still 20 foot, and I'm going to now edit this. All right, clicked in it, and now I can go back over to activate my level 1 and then hit edit footprint. As you can see, look. All right, let me go back and make sure it's slow. I just highlight in 3D. Then I can activate my floor plan and then hit this button right here. It says edit footprint. Now, once I do that, now I can come over here. I can drag this back, right? And I'm doing this just kind of show you just the dynamics of what you can do with this. Same thing here. Just go ahead. All right. And then I can just click on this and drag it. So once that's done and we added a little bit of complexion, now I'm going to go ahead and hit green check mark again. It's saying, do you want to attach? Say yes. All right. So now if back in my 3D, I want you to see, look at the components of what we just did. We just added a little bit more complexity to that roof. We gave it a little more wall, and there you go. It kind of did the calculation for us of the basic roof, and there you go. It's important to kind of just see how we constructed that. So now what I want you to do is just go more over here to the properties tab. And where it says edit type, now we'll go over here and you can see we can do a couple different things. As you can see, here's the roofs, here's with the wood, shingles, asphalt, different things that's in here. But I want you to go in here just so you can see what's in there first. So let's go and do the wood rafters. All right. As you can see the components, all right, of the makeup of a roof. I want you to go where it says edit. And then I want you to go ahead and see here. This is perfect. All right. I want you to see the different components. I want you to see the priorities. So no matter if it's a wall construction, floor construction, roof construction, or a ceiling construction, everything is garnered by priority. Okay. It just means that, hey, I'm telling Revit based upon these components of this a component of this roof, it's important. Okay. So the first thing that's important, structure, no matter what it is. So as you can see here, you got level 1, substrate. 2. Okay, so we're telling you how to build the wall within Revit. Okay, we're building it virtually. And then asphalt shingles. And as you can see here, if I want to go and change any of these things right here and change the number of it for the size, right, I can go ahead and create something different. And so, like for instance, basic wood rafters, I got asphalt shingles 1/4 inch, but then I got joist plywood shingles. So now let's go ahead and then we're going to go into let's see the finish, and then we're going to get right here and we're going to hit the 3 dots. Okay. And then, like I said before, Now we're in here in a different aspect. These are all the different components that make it up. And so now when I'm in here, I got all the different roofing things that I can just type in and just see what they have automatically for the roofs. All right, the shingles, asphalt, davit roof. And then even if we want to create our own type of roof, it's just important to understand what the different materials are for the project. And then if I need to find some more stuff, I can go here where it says open existing library. Let's see, hold on. Well, first, let me go over here first. I want you to see the graphics. All right, it says use render appearance. So when we use our materials, or just say, it's shaded with the materials, that way you can see what's going on. It'll tell you, hey, here is the different patterns that we can show for our roofing, depending on what type of style that we want to go with. Okay, look, you can see all the different patterns that we have associated with it. Same thing if it's just a background pattern, a cut pattern when you cross a section, all that's here, the appearance. Okay, look at it. As you can see here, this is what it's going to look like when it's rendered. So it's important to see all that aspect of it. So now look, got all that information. The image, the roughness image, the bump image, all right, to make it look realistic. All right, all this is so important to understand. All the different things, advanced highlight controls, image here, long fall off. So this is just what goes on into your material aspect of it. Then the physical aspect, we got it in here as well too. So from a beginner, it's just important just to know if we ever want to go ahead and build our own information, what goes into that information that you're kind of looking for. All right. And so now we've done that. We've investigated it, all these different components that you can go into, add more insulation, make it bigger, smaller, all that information that we can do to build it on a roof. But I just wanted to kind of go through that aspect of it. So now let's hit OK. All right. And then we're going to hit OK again. And now what you've created is your basic roof. So now that that's done, I want you to go back to activate your level 1. Just click inside of it. Now here's the fun part. We are now going to do the other type of roof. So we're going to click on this. There's elevation right here. Okay. I want you to see right there. It says A202. I want you to click on that. Double click. All right. That in the view should look like this. And I'm going to go ahead and move this over a little bit. I want you to zoom in. And in this case, I want you to go click on the roof. And I want you to delete it. All right. So now once I delete it, look what it did. It now puts the walls back to 20 feet. And now I'm going to go over here to where it says architecture. And I'm going to do roof again. And now it's going to be roof by extrusion. Oh, yeah. And once I do roof by extrusion, what I'm going to do now is pick a plane. Okay. And I can either do it by, right now I'm in, I think the south plane. So that's fine. Center, north, and south plane. And I need to have a plane to draw upon so I can draw this. So now I'm hit OK. All right. And then it's going to say, what is your level? I'm going to say height level 2. Hit OK. And now here's some fun stuff. Now he's giving me another sketch mode. And so now I'm going to do something a little bit different. Now I'm going to create some little fun with a spline. All right. And I'm going to go up here and I'm going to click this. I'm going to click them. And then I'm going to go down to here. And then I'm going to go, let's see, let's click there. Then I'm going to go down here. And I'm just clicking and I'm going to give it a little bit of, all right. So now I got a spline. Okay. And I'm going to hit escape. And you may say, man, this is a crazy looking spline. Well, once I'm done, you're going to see why I drew it this way in an elevation in the plane. Okay. So now that that's done, I'm going to go ahead and hit OK. And I'm going to pull this back just a little bit so you can see it. And look at that. Man, look, that's pretty sweet, right? Okay, look, you'll see here. I'm going to click activate this view. And it'll give me some grip points. Now I can go ahead and say, okay, well, cool. Let me pull that over a little bit. All right. Well, now you may say, okay, well, cool, that's good, that's dope. So you pulled it over, and I got all that other stuff. But these walls look all kind of like it don't work, right? Perfect. Don't even worry about it. I got you. Trust me, I got you. So now we've just done a sketch roof this way, right? And so we're going to do one little thing. So now what I want you to do is I want you to click on the walls. And I want you to, now you're going to see a button over here that says attach. And what I'm going to do is when I say attach, click on that, and then I can just now click on the base. What does it do? But I want you now to select all the walls. All right. I want you to click one wall, and I want you to right click. And then I want you to click all instances, visible in view. And now that you've done that, I want you to now click on where it says attach to the top. And I want you to touch the base again. And I want you to hit escape. And guess what? Now all the walls are perfectly angled. Look at that, are perfectly angled for everything else. So not only did you do a fancy wall, you did this. Okay, so now look at that. You got a little awning that you can put something here and do something a little fancy. But what we've just done now is created that. And if we wanted to, like I said before, we can still pull this. We can pull the pass. All right, because now the walls are attached. It's so many different things that you can do with that avenue of it. And so it's just one of those things where being able to go ahead and create different moments. And look, so like I went too fast. Let me go back. So in this case, if I wanted to go ahead and draw some different components to add to it, or eaves or verticals, or better yet, put openings. Let's do that one. Let's go do the opening. All right. And now I can say, hey, I want to do an opening, and let me do this actually opening in my L. All right. Now I'm going to go over here, got that activated, and I'm just say, hey, let's go ahead and put an opening. Okay. Right here. And then I'm going to hit okay. Look at that. All right. And then it's there. Like, so now I just put an opening in it. And that's, if I want to put openings for a skylight or anything else, I could do that. Now, this one would be realistic right here. But overall, I can go ahead with this different ceiling command and I can do that. And so I wanted to kind of just cover over just the different avenues of how to be able to utilize these components and what they do, because it's really, really important, right? Really, really important to do that. And so when you see it, from this standpoint, or if I did a reflective ceiling plan, it's super important. So what we just covered over right now is we went over architecture, and what we've covered is the roof by footprint, and we went to roof by extrusion. All right, and then if you wanted to add any other components to it once you've drawn it, all you got to really do is just touch on the different things that you want to add. And in your sketch mode, you draw it out in your floor plan, and then all of a sudden it'll attach to the different things as overhangs, okay, for soffit, fascias, or gutters. Okay, perfect. Thank you for watching. All right, welcome back. Welcome back. Today we're going to go over stairs. I know, the dreaded stairs, but it's so important that we cover the stairs in the basic one, because it's so important that you understand what they do, how they perform, and everything in between. So what we are going to do is now go over to the architecture tab, and we are now going to go over to we got stairs. And the way we have stairs a lot of times is we will understand that we have levels like we've already gone through before, and understand how we want to go ahead and go about that. When we go over and find the stairs in the architecture tab, first we're going to go ahead and click on it. And then it's going to do like Revit does with this dialog. And then it's going to go ahead and give us a run, landing, and supports. And then it's going to go through the different style of stairs, spiral, center ends, L-shape winder, and U-shape. Typically, I like to start with this default right here, just straight. And I'll show you why in a minute, but see if you can hover over. You see how it also going to show you just kind of how it kind of functions for the different ones. All right, same thing here. It'll go ahead and show you like, hey, look, give yourself a landing. This is how it works. It shows that. It'll give you, and there you go, right? It looks at the floor. Boom. Same thing here. The full step spiral, as you can see here, as it's doing, it knows, it understands the landing, and it understands where you're trying to go. So in this particular case, as you can see right here, if you go to properties, you'll see that the properties tab will have right here where it says properties out of the box, stairs, metal, plate, stringer, which is okay. It's the one we're going to work with right now. And as you can see in the constraints is going to be level 1, and it says top level 2. All right. And then the next thing you see is, okay, desired stair height. Okay. So it's reading the levels saying, okay, you want this landing. If I was to change this and I did 3, watch that. You notice how this now also changed, and then the desired number of risers changes with it. Okay, so it's smart enough to understand, based upon where you're saying the levels go, that math is going to be desired already. And then now it's going to come up and say, okay, well, you know what? What is the actual riser? Number of risers is going to say 1. Actual riser height. All right. And that means the stair height, the steps. So that's going to be 6. All right. It's doing the math for you, right? And I like to always say that when you look at this, you see how I hover over it and it's kind of telling you what the different ones are. If you don't know what the different stairs and what these different things are, just hover over them and they'll show you a graphic for each one of them. I do love that this exists because you need to know and have a visual, and I'm a visual learner, by the way. So this is the best way. And then it says, okay, actual tread depth. Okay. Built-in parameter, give you tread depth. And then, like I said before, it's saying, okay, cool. It's saying tread, rise, or start. We're going to say 1. Okay. And so now what you want to do is be in the floor plan. All right. It's going to have this selected as run. All right. And so what I'm going to do right now in just a regular floor plan, I'm just showing you just an example, is now I'm just going to give myself a little bit of room. All right. When you click, all right, just click anywhere, you'll see as you're doing your math, look, it'll show you how much math you have based upon what you're doing. All right. And so in this case, it's saying, okay, look, as I drag it this way, it's telling me how many I have total for the number of risers that I have. And it'll tell me also what's remaining. So in this case, I'm going to say, hey, I want to do, I'll say 10 or 9. All right. And then I click. All right. So now that I'm going to go ahead and click. All right. Now now it's saying, okay, cool. So now we've got that squared away. Now remember, I'm just showing just some examples. I'm gonna move it and modify it. So now I can say, okay, cool, I got that. You see how it's still giving me a little track distance? So now I can say, okay, cool. I want to go ahead and click here. Now I want you to see what it just did. Now it's giving me some more information right here. You see that? So now that I just did that and I moved here, I want you to see what it did. All right, now in 3D, it's gonna just show. I'm just creating. I had a landing already, so I had that landing set at 2 feet, the second level. And that's what you typically want to do when you're going ahead and create any type of landing. You want to make sure that you already kind of have that set up of where you want this thing to go. So in this case, I was saying, hey, you know what? I wanted to move here, but because I didn't give it enough room in this tread, you see how I kind of did like this a little bit? You may want to see how to fix that. So if I need to fix that, see, watch this. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and move this up a little bit. And what you'll see is now when I moved it up, look what it did. It automatically fixed that landing based upon that, right? So now it's square, got that information. All right, and I can draw this anywhere I want. This is just the beginning to let you know how this thing works and how it, like I took the numbers, all right, I can move it and click on it. I can do like this if you think so. I can go this way. All right, you see how to kind of still modify based upon that. So it's a lot of different ways that you can modify the stairs, and it automatically gives you a landing as well too. So that's what you see right here. All right, maybe a little long. As you see, we're in three-dimensional space. It's a little long, but you see that. And also too, there's another command in here called connect the levels. All right, this prompt is that if you have a lot of different levels and you have a stringer and everything else, you can go ahead and do a multi-story. And all you have to do after you draw the first one is say, hey, connect this to levels. And it will now take the place of how many levels that you have, this little plus button right here. And now it'll actually go all the way up to levels and do the math for you. I really, really like this when this was added not too long ago. It's a neat thing to do. And so as you can see that, look, you got a bunch of different things. You got this other one that says convert sketch base. All right, pretty cool. And also too, you can see here with the railings and everything. So that's really, really important to understand that. So now that you got this one done, you got this over here, you got this squared away. I hit the green check mark. All right, now what did you just see? Now what you saw is not only did it create the landing, but it also gave you a default railing. And look, if it went too far and you need to correct this or different landings like this is just a made up one just to kind of show you what it's supposed to do at the landing. I can just edit that in any different space and say, hey, you know what? Let me move this back. But the biggest thing is you want to know how much it's going to take and count the stairs and the distance and understand the tread path and the steps, because it's all math and it's all relative. So that's the biggest thing that you want to do. And just make sure that if this is not to your liking, like for these stairs and these railings, now I can click on that and hit edit path. All right. And as you can see right here, I can move this a little bit, right? And I can go ahead and say, okay, you know what? There you go. Or I can move the tread. So I can move a bunch of different things just clicking on it, and click on the pink sketch line. I can move it up a little bit more. All right. And so that's kind of how you, from a beginning standpoint, understand just what it takes to go ahead and create the stairs. This is not supposed to be advanced. It's just supposed to let you know that it's possible. And you just really have to mess around with it until you really, really get a good feel for it. And even when the stairs are created, okay, you can go into where it says edit type. And this is what is actually creating all the stairs. Look, so you got a tread depth, you got a run width, right? And then you got the calculation rules. It tells you to run type of pattern, the landing type. All right, so you can go ahead and make your own, duplicate. And then when you go ahead and click on this, you can go ahead and start to say, hey, this is going to be exterior, interior, and really go through the entire stair and make up your own stair. And even if I go to where it says calculation rules, this is what you can see right here. All right. It has a bunch of different information that you can go ahead and use to calculate. Like I said, this is just the beginner aspect of it, but I wanted to cover the stair and show you just kind of how it works, the basics and the bare bones to manipulate, make sure you got things. And as you can see here, like for the run type, landing type, all right, I can just go over here to his 3 dots and I can really go into actually just really making sure it's customized the way I'm looking for it. And so it's really easy. All right, well, I can say it's really easy. But once you get used to it, then you can start playing with the math and making sure that it's calculated correctly for your landings, for your heights. And it's not that hard. You just got to have a lot of practice. All right. Thank you. Welcome back. We are going to be talking about finishes. All right. I got the sample model open so we can go ahead and I'll just show it again. We are talking about finishes. So in this one, we're going to actually work out of the sample model from Autodesk. And when we start talking about finishes and finish plans, all right, I'm going to talk about that specifically. What does that entail? Well, what it entails is what is going to be over the floor or over the walls for finishes, okay? It's super important when you're going into detailing different areas. And so what I'm doing right now is I went to the project browser, level 1, and I want you to scroll into a couple areas that we are going to add finishes to. We're going to add finishes to the bathrooms, and then we're going to add finishes to particular areas in the kitchen. All right. So the first one, when we start talking about adding the different finishes, we are going to go over to where it says architecture. All right. And the different finishes, especially here in the new Revit. All right, just got to tell you, the new Revit, the finishes have a different feel than they had before because what we're going to utilize is the finishes based upon 2 different avenues. One, we're going to do it the old school way, and then we're going to do it the new school way. And you may ask me, well, what is the old school way and the new school way? Well, the old school way is for us to now pick a finish based on the wall type. All right. And then once we do that, let me go slower so I can do it again. So I'm going to go over here to what says wall type. So wall architectural, and what you're going to see is now, okay, cool. You're going to get a different avenue than we had before. As you can see here, the different avenues that you had before would be place walls by room, which I would like to call finishes at this point, and then also place it by segments. We have never had that before. All right, and then you have the draw tab, which you can draw it, or you can go ahead and you can pick lines, and then one of my personal favorite, you can pick faces. All right. And so in that case, I want you guys to actually pick this. And as you can see here, when you're picking certain things like that, you can go ahead and select it. Let me make sure I got this activated in this view first. All right, I got this activated. And so what I want to do now is put some different wall stuff on there. When we start talking about finishes, we'll do finishes for floors and finishes for walls. The same thing here. If I wanted to go ahead and draw a finish on top of this, right, like I'm going to do right here, you'll see if I go ahead and click this and I say, hey, I want to do finishes on top of this floor. Well, I'm going to go ahead and go over here. Everything's going to be in the build tab. And what I'm going to do is now I'm going to go hit floor architectural. So now when I do that, now I am in the areas. Now in this case, you'll see it says modify create floor boundaries. And you'll see an X and green check mark and everything will kind of fade. And it'll talk about boundary lines. It'll talk about slope arrows, span direction, like we talked about for bathrooms. And we'll get into that a little bit. And then it'll talk about the different avenues of the references. And it'll automatically to have you over here where you have pick walls. All right. So now I want you to go all the way over here. And I want you to go and look at the different ones. See how we have different walls? And this one, it says finish. So in this case, you got, look, finished floor ceramic tile, wood, laminate, okay, terrazzo, okay, all these different finishes, polished floor, all right, and also too, up in here, you can type and it'll just say, hey, let me go finish, and then here's the finishes, right? And so in this case, what I want you guys to do, this kind, we'll say, we'll do terrazzo for the bathroom, and then we'll do ceramic tile, wood for the kitchen. All right, so now let's go ahead and do that. All right, so now we've selected this, okay? Now what we can do is go scroll from here, all right over here, saying that my base is gonna be level 1. And then you see, look, see how I can now go ahead and do that? Only problem is doing walls and areas that I kind of don't want it to be. I kind of want it to be a little bit more smaller. So what I can do in that case, right? Now I can go ahead and hover over the wall, maybe give it a little bit, or because I don't really like kind of what that looks like, I can go over here and then I can just kind of like, let me go this one, draw it, because it's giving me too much of area I don't want. So in this case, I'm gonna go do my favorite command. I'm gonna do rectangular. All right. Now it's saying, hey, here is going to be the offset in inches off the floor, so you can see it right here. And then as I'm doing this, I want you guys to go into where it says edit type. You know, the place is either small over here, or you can do it over here when it comes to the type properties, okay? But in this case, what I want you to do, I want you to go right over here, go to edit type, and as you can see, it'll tell you what the default thickness is of this already. It's going to tell you just if you have any different materials, different tags, if anything's in here, we can put a cost for here, right? We can say, hey, you know, $1. All right. And we can say, you know what, this is going to be caps, say TA. All right, for a tag. And then we'll go in here where it says structure. All right, here's real fun. And when we go into the structure, as you can see now, we got a priority. Always remember the priority is just saying what is important to this entire situation. So in this particular situation, I mean, the terrazzo is cool, right? But it's telling me that, hey, I got a structure in 2026. I can take out the structure and just have the finish. And so that's what I want you guys to do in this scenario. We're going to take this away. All right. We're going to just say this is going to delete. Now you're just going to have a finish, which is terrazzo, right? And then this priority, I'm going to say 1. All right. So that goes away. Now we're going to say, hey, this is going to be, I'm going to say 1 inch thickness. And now I've got terrazzo. And then if you just want to see the different materials, you can add and maybe make another one if you want to. Also, too, when you're modifying any floors or walls, make sure that you see what it's going to actually do. Okay. So what I did is I hit this button and I hit it over here from a finished standpoint. All right. And so now if I go back over here, 3 dots, and now it's going to take me into an editor for the material. And it's important for you guys to see the different materials as a beginner. So now you'll see all the different things. Here's the different material based upon the finishes. All right. So textiles, bamboos. So depending on whatever you have, tile, quarry, porcelain, 6 inches, as you can see right here from a bathroom, that's usually a good one, right? And so if I wanted to go with any one of those, ceramic or tile or anything else, as you see when I click on the different ones, look, 2 things are important. First, it says use render appearance. Basically, whatever that material is going to show. That's important. So when we go to different detail levels and we're doing our 3D plans with shadows and stuff like that, the materials show. So you want to make sure that's checked. And then go to appearance. And you want to see this is where you start to add your materials. And usually it uses a JPEG and it gives you a roughness material. Okay, as you can see right here, it says rough JPEG. And then it also give you an image material. And that's basically what these materials are in a material editor. They're going to be JPEGs of different formats. One's going to be one that's going to be underneath another one to give it the depth that it needs. And then you can see like the different transparency, emissivity, you know, a lot of different stuff. You saw this one says relief pattern bump. That's what gives it its character. Okay. That you see it right there. You see how that's a different image. Typically in materials in Revit is more advanced when we start talking about materials, but it's usually about 3 to 4 different images that you can either edit in Photoshop to give you the images that you're looking for. And I'll do a specific material, a video specific to this, so that way it's its own thing. But I just kind of wanted to highlight a couple of just an overview so you understand that what makes up the different wall materials and how it looks and feels inside of Revit. And this information also does transfer over to Twinmotion. Okay. And so now I'll talk about that a little bit later. But making a long story short, here is the material editor. All right. Go to the physical portions just to see the information that's in there, how it's being used, if you need to create your own. And a lot of this information is here, right? And if you wanted to do a surface pattern, if you see how it's a cut pattern, okay, and different things that you can add to it, just say, okay, you know what? I want this to look like this. But because we're using a render appearance, we don't need to necessarily make sure that we're doing this. But if we weren't using a render material, it'd be a little bit different and we would actually create some type of feel. If I clicked on this, as you can see here, I can create different designs based on that, or the same thing with models. See, look, I can go ahead and utilize any of these different patterns for how I want it to look if I was not using a render material. Okay, so with that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and cancel this out. We're not gonna apply anything. If I was going to apply anything, what I would do first and foremost is I would make sure I had duplicate the material that I want, give it a new name, and then go from there. All right, so now this is gonna be finish 1, terrazzo. All right, now I'm about to hit Good. Now I got terrazzo 1 inch. Okay, we got a tag, gave it a cost, and now I'm gonna go ahead and say okay. And so now I'm gonna hit the square. All right, my favorite ones, because now I can pick this point. I can just move it over here to this point. Now, keep in mind, if I'm doing multiple rooms, I can do that under the same edit. It does not have to be one by one, okay? Especially for bathrooms. So, like, for instance, I can utilize this, all right? Same thing, boom, boom. And then if I come over here, I can do the same thing. And you may ask me, why am I not just doing the whole thing all the way across? Because in real life, that is not how materials are. You stop at the wall. So the way we are going to put things in Revit is the same thing that we are going to do in real life. Just remember, you are virtually building a building. If you keep that in mind, you will, I don't care if you're a beginner or advanced or anything else, and I do coaching calls and Revit training. If you are doing anything in Revit, remember you are building a building virtually, okay? So if that is the way that you're going to use Revit for sheets and anything else, always remember that's how you're going to detail out, all right? If a wall goes from first floor, it does not go all the way to third floor. It stops at the second floor and you draw a new wall from the second floor to the third floor. So now I'm just going ahead and finish this out. So I did this in my sketch, right? And then I'll do one more over here. So I'm gonna just get these. And when you get a point where this happens over here, do not just take that. I'm gonna draw it, but I'm gonna come back. And after I do this, I want you to follow along. I'm going to now take this line and I'm gonna pull it back. All right, remember what I said before, we're virtually building a building. And I'm gonna come up here to the line and I'm gonna come over here. All right, boom, okay. So all this is gonna be finishes for the bathroom, correct? So now that that's done, what I'm going to do now is hit the green check mark. Boom. And so now I have finishes on top of these floors. You may not see it yet because of the fact that I have a view template, but let me take off this view template. And a view template is basically, and we'll cover that as well too, a view template is basically settings and things that I have on a sheet that I want it to look particularly like. I'm going to go back over. I went a little bit too fast. I'm gonna go all the way over here where it says view template. And I basically, it says, hey, you know what? I like all these settings. I wanna make a view template so that way I don't have to recreate these settings over and over again. And so now I can create a view template as a beginner, and we'll do a separate one just on view templates. So right now it says architectural. I'm gonna set it to none. I'm gonna hit okay. And the only reason I'm doing it for none because I wanna be able to change some things myself that's outside of the view template. And so I'm gonna go down here to detail level. Right here, slow down. And when I started going into like shaded areas, okay, all right, it'll help me to start seeing what's going on with my floor plan. And I just click this right here. You know, I can even do shaded with colors. All right. And then also I want to change my detail level to fine. And what that does is it'll bring different materials that I have that's already in the space, okay, up to see if I have different things. And if you want to see what the different materials that you have, I can hover over the wall and just cycle through tab to see different floor finishes and everything else. All right. And so that's really, really important to understand when you start to do these finishes and everything else. Now, the one thing I'm not seeing, and I want to make sure, and if you have a problem and you don't see certain things, you can click on any of these walls. All right. And there's a button right here that says section box. It'll automatically take you to the room that you want to look at. So for me, I'm not seeing some things, so I want to check and see a little bit what's going on. So I want to make sure my finishes is good. So basically what it's going to do, take me to the area that I'm looking at, as you can see here. Okay. And so now I'm going to turn this light bulb on because I got a section box I need to see. And I'm going to cut down this view. And when I cut down this view, I want to see what's going on with my finishes. And so touch this light bulb again. And what I want to do is just make sure my finishes that I put on the ground here actually is showing up, right? Because I just drew it and I didn't see none of my finishes on here. I just want to say, okay, level 1, block 37. For some reason, my finishes didn't show up. So let me just go back and check for a second. I'm gonna hit window tile, which is WT, and let's go. And let me draw this again and see what's going on here. Now that I got this exposed. Okay. All right. So I am going to do floor again. Architectural, saying this is gonna be 8 inches. Okay. So the reason that wasn't showing, guys, is because of my floor was a little bit too low, and I knew something was going on when I just didn't see. And when you come up to something like that, all right, I'm gonna show you how to fix it. I'm glad that happened. Sounds like I knew I drew it. So what I'm gonna do is now go back and I'm gonna hit Control Z a couple times, right? That's the back button, or you can follow it up here. Control Z, because I want to see my finishes and why they didn't show up. And because it didn't show up because I didn't draw it the level I needed to. And so what I'm gonna do now is just go back, all right? And what it'll do is it'll take me back into my sketch mode. And make sure that's something that you want to do, is just make sure that when that happens, just go back to your original sketch mode to make adjustment, because that's what I was looking for. I'm like, hey, I knew I just drew it, and you'll know you're in sketch mode because everything will pull up back up pink. And let me just go back one more time. All right, so right now, remember what I said before, I went all the way back, Control Z. And the reason I didn't see it is because I wasn't supposed to see it. Remember what I said before? Revit is going to base everything off of real world. And I didn't make sure first. So next time when we draw on the floor, me included, click on the floor to make sure what the surface level is. All right, because I did mine lower than what the floor was. So that's why I didn't see it, because it was underneath. So I'm now go back and change it. This is going to be now 37. And what you should see when I click this button, cross your fingers. All right. You should see the finishes now. All right, you see it just white. And let me take off that let me take off that template again. All right, let's just come over here. So I got full control, and we are now going to show the finishes of this room, because I'm like, what is going on? Remember what I said before, when you have the walls and everything else that you want to highlight, just go ahead and do that. And then come all the way up here to where it says 3D section box. I use it all the time. And now look. What you'll see now, look, it'll take you to a section cut of the room. All right. So now that it takes you a section cut of the room, what you'll see going forward, like for instance, you see that 37. And typically all you want to make sure is that you put the different inches. So for me, all right, it's saying that, hey, this might be a little bit too high. I'm going to now just turn on my section box again. Light bulb, and I'm just going to cut it down, because I think my finishes just need a little bit of adjustment, because remember I drew it 1 inch, right? But it said my offset may have been 8 inches, which gives me a height that I'm not trying to do. I actually wanted to just be, so which means is my offset of the floor should be what? 1 inch, and mine's maybe too high. So really, really important. Okay, and so now that I've done that, I'm gonna just turn this light bulb off. All right, you see my finishes, right? There they go, but it's saying too high. So let's do now 1 inch off the floor. There you go. All right, that is how it's supposed to look. You see I was highlighting here and here, okay? All right, super important. Now when I go down to my detail level again, and I say, hey, let's just go ahead and do textures. All right, there you go. You see what happens? Now there's a texture based upon what? The renders that I have. Remember it says show render experience. So there you go. That is the one way to look at me adding different things. All I gotta do is come over here, right over here. And 2 things I need to do to change that. Either texture or realistic to see what the materials look like. And the detail level, typically medium or fine, because if it's coarse, all right, you'll be able to see just more cut planes, as you can see here. But I got coarse on with my detail level to texture, so that's why I can see it. But if I did the hidden line, there you go. I can see it, but I don't see it as far as I need to. So now, as I change this up to different levels, I have more of a definitive cut. I can see drywall. And if I need to do anything as far as seeing it lines too thick, do me a favor, type TL, which is thin line. And now I can go into the rooms and kind of just see what's going on for my material and stuff. So it's really important. And then when I phone a plan, I'm gonna click this again. So I'm in a different plan. Now I'm just gonna go ahead and change the same thing here. I'm gonna do texture, as you can see, look. So now when I'm doing 3D plan, I got textures for different material. And then if I want that to give me a little more pop, I'm gonna go ahead and you see where it says shadows off, or I can go ahead and put a sun path on. All right, so if I do shadows on, look at that. Now I just gave it depth. Okay, so when I'm doing the 3D plan with room names and everything else, now I got shadows on, I got depths on, and when I got this on a plan, all right, look how much more with material, how well this looks. This is what I'm talking about. This is why I'm taking the time to kind of, as a beginner, show you all of the different things with the materials, because it's so important. Same thing. As you can see here, got dimensions, got shadows, But the same thing if I wanted to put materials on the wall. Let me just turn the shadows off right quick. If I go to the room, remember like I told you before, we can put materials on the wall in the room. Same thing. Coming over here, kitchen. Let's make sure that we're going to utilize that command. I'm going to go into architecture, and then I'm going to go to rooms. Now, good. I did this on purpose to show you that it has a room that has a space. So now just hit escape. See what the name is? Okay, cool. If you go over that name, hit tab. Now you click on the room. It's saying it already has a room. That's why you see this where it says kitchen. You click on that information. It'll tell you the area of the room. It'll tell you the head height. It'll tell you what room and name it is. Here, there's information. Look. And it's actually already telling you information about the room based upon what they want it to be. You see, look. They said that they want a base finish. That's wood. So that's good. They're saying that they want the ceiling finish open. Wall finish, paint. Floor finish. Okay, cool. So what we're going to do from a wall painting perspective, we are now going to go in here to this room. We're going to hit escape twice. Remember what I said? We were going to do walls and finishes, right? For the walls. I mean, we're going to finish for the walls and the ceiling. And what we're going to do right now is go over to materials again. And this time we're going to click walls. And now you're going to see where it says place. Look. Place some walls by room. We're going to utilize that, or we could do it by segment. So first, if I do, let's say segment, I got that check. If I click on the walls over here, now I'm going to type in finish. I'm going to say, oh, well, you know, they didn't even put anything for a finish, right? They just got soffit, they got furring, what else? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this generic and we're going to hit edit type and we're going to make our own finish. All right. So in this case, look. We're going to go ahead first and we're going to say duplicate and we are going to say, we're going to just say paint. And I like to always get some abbreviation. So I said paint, call it a finish. And now what I'm going to do here, I'm going to click this function, make sure this is going to say interior. Remember, we got to make sure we tell it what it is. And then we're going to go to structure. And in this case, we are going to now take this. And this paint, I'm going to say 1/2 inch. Paint, I'm going to actually say just 1/4 inch. All right, see how thin it is? Perfect. And then material, I'm going to go ahead and click by category, these 3 dots. And in the search, I'm going to say paint. And if we don't have, okay, there we go. As you can see here, door frames, what we got, paint finish. I'm going to do, I'm going to sound crazy, but I'm going to do red because I want it to stand out. So double click on that. All right, let me see, hold on. Let me do wall paint. All right. There we go. See wall paint. And I want to do finish. Give me the same thing. Or, you know, they got to paint white. Which one do I want to do? Paint finish, ivory gloss, metal paint. They got the wood paint. Right now, we'll just keep that. All right. We got that. Now we're going to hit OK. So now we got a whole new paint. All right. And then I'm going to go ahead and make sure my field color, of course, is going to be just red. Just, you know, hit OK. And I'm going to come down here to where it says type mark. And I'm going to say PT, all caps, always for tags. PT1, cost, $5. All right, so now we just created our own material. Hit OK. And now look. See how I can just zoom in and I can now go ahead if I want to. I'm going to hit the TL again for thick line. And you see that? Look, that's by segment. All right, so if I click on any one of these, but because of the fact that I can do it by the whole room, I'm going to go ahead and select that. All right. But so now look, it gives me this whole thing. Getting ready to go ahead and select that. Just hit click. All right. So now, so let's just say I want to see that. I want to see all that information. Select it, hover over it. All right. And if you want to select anything, there's 2 ways to select. You can go to top left and select everything that it comes across, or you can go from the top right and then it selects everything. I don't want to select everything. I want to select only the things that it totally connects to. So I did that. Go back over to my favorite tool, or you can type BX. Boom. All right. Now, sometimes you got to wonder because it'll cut really, really high based upon the walls that it's cutting here, which is okay. All right. I just wanted to kind of just show the kitchen. And give me 1 second because I need to cut this down. So if it cuts this high, guys, just do me a favor. Come back. Click on one of the walls because I don't want it to be this high. Click this wall that doesn't go all the way up. Come back over here and do it again. All right, so as you can see, it just did the wall here, right? So now that I got that wall, all right, now my paint, because I didn't do it all the way, my top constraint was, top constraint over here. So let's go a little bit higher to level 2, or let's change that. So, and also too, guys, I can do that. I can change it. I can drag it myself, or I can find out what height the wall is. But to make a long story short, what you just saw is, now look, and I can change the detail level to texture. There you go. And that is now how you can go about adding materials based on the floor, based on the room. Textured material is so important. And just remember the same thing, materials apply both sides of it. But I want to spend time as a beginner for you going through this entire scenario just on materials and textures alone, of how they work, how you apply it in Revit. Thank you. Cool. And then it gives me a header based upon what's in the information. If I want to go say, you know, dome light. All right. So no domes. Let's just say, you know, furniture. Type in, say sink. All right. So a lot of different things. Cabinets. All right. All these different things that come in based on these searches. All right. So that's one way to narrow it down. Also, too, guys, it lives down here in your project browser too, right over here. Families. Kind of just lets you know all the different categories and what Revit does. So it kind of basically, in your project browser, it breaks all these categories of all the different families, where the ceiling hit the plus symbol, and then it'll say basic or compound. All right. And you'll start to see different things based on what families you have for the project overall. Really good to understand what this is actually showing you in your properties, but it's all located here in your families. Okay. So that's the first part about it. Now, I'm still going to be the one to say, hey, we're still missing a lot of content that I need, especially just for architectural. So when you want to bring in new family, what you're going to do is over here, and it's going to say, hey, guess what? Insert. All right. And now when you go to insert, which is right next to the architecture tab, you're now going to go over here where it says we got a couple ways that you can load this in. All right. So we got load family, which there is content that is more structured to what you need. And what that is based upon your subscription, especially for the later years. And I'll show you that in a minute. So and then also too, you got load Autodesk families here, which is in the cloud, which is now, if I go here first, it now will now go, look, I now have a cloud loaded Autodesk families that don't have to live on my computer, but now I can say, hey, you know, I want to have more access to these things, and it lives on the computer. Cool. Doors. Now look, so here's some basic doors and content that'll come up based upon this, and I can just click on it, and I can say, hey, I want to click on this, and then I can just go sit load. All right. And then it'll come in, and then guess what? I click on this, and then now I can just either hit Control or Shift, depending on if I want all of them or not. All right. And what these are called lookup tables. All right. That just tells me different sizes for the same piece of equipment. I can select some of them. I can select all of them. All right. And then I can do this. Boom. Now I'm going to go over this step again so you can see how I did it. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to go to insert, load family, and there you go. All right. And now I can go ahead and say commercial. I can, you know, from doors results, I can go back over here. I can say, you know, furniture, as you can see here. So I got some basic stuff that I can do. And then obviously I can go here and click bed or anything else, and then kind of filter it out. All right. Based upon that, and then load it in. All right. And then if I wanted to go ahead and go a little bit deeper route that we were talking about before, if I hit load family, at least now they put this in here. Because if you're looking at it on your computer, it's going to say, hey, are you looking for content? It's going to say go to www.autodesk.com/Revit content, or use the load Autodesk family library like we just did. All right. And you may ask me, what's the benefit of that? Well, if you want it to actually be in your content and not the actual library there, it just depends on what your preference is. So what that means is if I go over here, which I already did, and this is what it looks like over here, type it in, and you'll see, okay, the different kind of contents based upon that. So look, here are all the later years before all this, right? And so when you go into this content, you see if it's different sign in and everything else like that. And so with that being said, and then now with the Autodesk libraries and content, what it does now is it'll say, hey, when you're in there loading your new software, there'll be another tab that says libraries, as you can see here, and it will go through and say, okay, cool. All right, what do I have to do? And then once it does that, it'll go ahead and you'll log in, and then it'll go to wherever that is. And then once that's logged in, it will now go ahead to your aspects of things and, bring your things in. And so my point is that when you log that information in and you need to go ahead and find out where it is, it'll tell you that just look in where it says libraries and you want to download for your year, which is 25 and 26, a little bit more expensive libraries. So after you have logged in to your Autodesk.com account, you'll go to your install. And then once you go to the install, then that's where it's actually going to go and tell you where your stuff is. And that's super, super important for you to go ahead and go through that process and download it, because that's where it actually lives. And that's so important for you guys to have to, go through that part of it and get those families. And the reason that we do it, and now that it's in here, go back over to my components, and then I can go ahead and say, hey, place component again. Don't worry about that. I can say now I want to go ahead and do something else. I'm going to do some cabinets. I'm just put anything right now. And then look, now I can just hover in 3D. I can also go to 2D, as you can see here. Now, I would always recommend putting anything in your families at 2D. And once it's in, before you click, see how it's tracking all the way through the room? If you hit the space bar, all right, you see how it rotates, right? All right, cool. That's just one of those aspects of it. And you can do here, do it again, and all right, cool. And then once you click, and then now it's in there, and you'll see where it's at. Now I can't see it because I've got my ceiling on, so let me just turn that off. All right, you see that information in here. So that is one good way. Now what I am going to do is a shameless plug is also what I utilize for my family content as well. That's a lot more specific and vendor specific when you're trying to get out of the beginner aspect, is this plugin called Blocks that you can go to the plugins and Autodesk plugins. What I mean by that is so if I want to go and then hit here and I said, hey, I want the Autodesk store. All right, put that here, store. And what you'll see now is I'll pull up that, and then I can go ahead and find it in the store itself. And as you can see right here, this is where you would get the app store. You download the actual blocks. All right, and it's a trial, but then you can also buy it for a subscription. And basically what it's going to do is have all the different information. I think about 7,000 families that you can do. And then the way it works is now I can go in here and say I can collections based upon the different categories. I can now say materials. Okay, as you can see here, really, really good out of the box. Brands, which I'm telling you is perfect. I'm trying to drop these jewels and these nuggets for you guys, all right? So that way when we start talking about families, you are all great. And then look, and then once I have families that I already have, then I can go ahead and hit save or my favorite. And like I said before, I have all this stuff, so now I can go to category, furniture, and then now look, now I can just say, okay, cool. I'm gonna click on one of those. This is what I want to do here. Then I can click add anything I want, save it. And then look, once it's in here, it's automatically going to go and bring it in. And look, and once it's in already, it is the first thing that's going to pull up. All right. And now I got all those different things based upon that. And that's how you use a lot of this stuff. So now it just comes in seamlessly and now it's in here. All right. If it's a hosted family or anything else. And so that is so important. Because if we, looking for a lot of different information and have families and stuff, especially custom ones, this is what you want to go. And then, like I said before, once you want to go ahead and go the full route and not just the free version to get all the expansive, all the 7,000 families, utilize this because you are going to need the families. And the good thing is when you bring in different families, you can bring in different families. Like I said, I got different ways now that they're in. So now you can see this is going to be on face. So if it's hosted, or look, it'll say something like a work plane. All right. So if I have any work planes inside this job or level 1, level 3 or anything else, look, it's now using a level as its work plane to now put certain things in depending on where I want to do it on the 2D. If I want to do it in 3D, the same thing. I can use a work plane, and then it basically wherever that work plane is height wise is now it's going to bring it in at that height. So now look, so I come here, you'll see in 3D, I'll have it at a certain height based upon the different height. If I wanted that to move to a different one, I could. Now, sometimes this gets in the way. All I got to do is type PP, and there's my properties. It comes back. All right. And now I can go ahead and have control at different levels of where I want this stuff to go. So that is an overview of your families, where to find them. You don't have a lot of content. Here you can go ahead and go to the App Store. And first foremost, what I would do is I would 25 and 26, go to the Autodesk.com, go into your account, your admin account. I want you to go to install, And then I want you to go ahead to where it shows you download the information based upon your year, your version. It'll do that to give you a lot more content. And if that's not enough, then you'll go ahead and download blocks. And then that will give you everything you need to get started as a beginner. All right, cool. Welcome back. Welcome back. One of the things that I wanted to talk about when it comes to printing is a couple different ways. Let me make sure this color is not on right quick. I want you guys to understand it is the basic thing that we need to always understand about printing. So what I just did in this view for sheets is typically when you print sheets, unless it's going to be more for a material plan, is that you're going to have a plan like this and it's going to say, hey, in my activation view, first and foremost, typically the way I work, even in Revit, I'm using a sample model in Revit, the architectural model, as you can see right here. And I went down to the sheets. I went to the first floor plan. And when I go to that plan, I typically, when you drag and drop a sheet or create a sheet or bring a view over to a sheet and how to create sheets, I want you guys to kind of see this right here. I just went to the sheet and right now it's full, an architectural plan, but I'm gonna do two things so we understand just the sheet process and how it works, okay? So first and foremost, the creation of a sheet and to put a view on a sheet, and it's all gonna lead to printing anyway, is that, hey, look, I got a sheet that's up here. All right, I mean, I have a view that's up here. All right, it's going to be completely separate. And as you can see right here, this is blue. If I go ahead and I click on this right now, this certain view, and I hit delete, look at that. What do you see? You see a view that is now gone. It's not deleted. It just means that that view is no longer placed on the sheet. Well, I did that for a reason because I don't believe in showing you how to print without also you understanding exactly what that goes into a print in a view. So in Revit, two things. And if I want to create a sheet, just so you know, I go down to where it says sheets and I right click. Okay. I can do it that way. I can hit here and say hit new sheet, or I can go to up here. I can go to view and I can create a sheet here as well too. All right. It's two places where I can go ahead and create a sheet. So if I go ahead and say, hey, you know, I want a sheet, it'll now come up here. All right. And I say what size, okay, for everything. So if I go to cover or whatever, all right, and I can just say, hey, okay, boom. It makes a new sheet, okay? And when it's not assigned, you'll see it come in here. It'll say unnamed, but it'll always come in bold like this, okay? So that's it. So that's how you create a sheet, okay? But I'm going to delete this. You can follow along, delete this, so I can show you how to create a sheet. Well, we'll keep it right quick. And look, this sheet is empty. Well, you may say, well, what? I can't print a blank sheet. You cannot print a blank sheet. So if that's the case, and I want to now I want information to be on this sheet, I can go back up to here because it's gone. And look, you can see right here, I can go to level 1. All right. Now I can hold down left click and I can drag. And then as soon as I get to where I want to go right in this plan, I'll just let it go. And what it's doing now is thinking, it's getting ready to place this on an actual sheet. All right. Now I'm just go ahead before I go ahead and click again. And now I'm in the actual sheet itself. Okay, so now it's super important. So now I've just created a view. Now that view is now on a sheet. Okay, now typically what I do is I put views on sheets all the time just because of the fact that I like to know where it's centered. I want to know what the scale is. I want to make sure that it's right. And then once I do that, then I can go ahead and right click it. And then I can, what they do call activate view. And it's so important for me to add now the activate view. I can now select on anything I want because I'm in the view now. All right. And when I'm done, I can right click and I can deactivate view. And now look, I can no longer touch on anything. Okay. Super, super important. All right. And it's key to anything that I'm doing. So now that that's done, and we're talking about printing sheets, right, and views, and how that works from a beginner standpoint, now I can go over to where it says over here, I can do this right here, it says PDF, create a PDF. So now that that's on the sheet, I know what size the sheet is. Now I can do a couple different things. Now it says export full size set. What does that mean? It could say, hey, I could have a print set, and also too right here, location. All right. So in my case, I'm just saying, hey, you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and just put this on my desktop right now. Hit open. Okay. It's saying use sheet size and zoom 100 is fine. Now the key thing here is here's the different things that you can hide. Like for me right now, since we're not doing that, I can uncheck views links. And also, I'm not using high scope boxes. Well, you can do that. And, this is the general settings. And then you can also, if you want to, it says export and background, which you're not going to do. So keep this as your general settings. And right now you see regards to quality. Most of the time I'm set to where high is. And then if I need black lines or grayscale, typically we do this at grayscale. All right. And then if I need to do color, then that's when I would go ahead and do a separate print set for color. Right. So like in this case, I got current view, right? And I got export. Now, if I wanted to, I can go and say, hey, this is in session, but I want to create, and here's the file name, right? So typically the file name is going to be a sheet number. So in this case, it's going to be G, right? I'm looking at the sheet number over here, 02, first floor plan. Okay. And then from there, I can also want to go ahead and say, you know what? I want to save as and say, this is going to be, do it slow, so I don't want to go too fast. Hit these 3 dots over here and make sure you're in session first, and hit these dots. Then we'll save as, and then I'm gonna say, hey, grayscale, right? And always be 30 by 42. All right, we need to make sure that you are understanding how that. And so now look, all right. So now I got a grayscale, and I can do another one for color. All right. So now I got a set. Go cool. Hit export. All right. So now I'll have my sheet being exported right now. And that's super important because you need to know the basics of just printing, right? Just printing, making sure that the information is there. And so for me, I just went ahead and printed it. So now I'm going to show you what the print looks like. And voila, there is my print set based upon my print settings. Okay, super important to go over this aspect of knowing about sheets, especially as a beginner. Now, understanding that you cannot have sheets without views. You can have views, but if you want this to go out to the world, somebody to see, you actually have to have a title block and then bring that in there. And so that's kind of the case. And most of the time we get a default title block, but I'll go into further detail about creating a title block later on. So you have just learned how to print a sheet, how to pull a view to a sheet. All right. Super important. Thank you for watching.